Afternoon all, how we doing? We're live again. Been a bit of a mad morning this morning. Been trying to sort out stuff to do car boot sale tomorrow, so hopefully we've sorted it. Well, Mrs. Cruncher's got to sort out all her clothes now. That's some feat. So we've got quite a few, and I think as usual, people have been knocked off the top, haven't they? So I got Theo in first, but I think there was Anthony was in, I think, first, and Theo was in, and I don't know. I've lost people. Chris is there. Chris Milky. Hi, Chris. So Chris wants first dibs on this radio when it's done, by the sounds of it. I think it's going to be a bidding war. It's going to be a bidding war. Michael Hyde, how you doing, Michael? And the Unstoppables, welcome to you. Richard Milliken, how are you, mate? Sat on a camper van on the drive with the cockatoo, having a bank holiday weekend beverage. You, not the cockatoo, he's mentioned on a very large dandelion. Richard, why are you sat on the driveway in the camper van? Why are you sat indoors watching it on the telly? Richard's saying you had this radio as a kid in the late 70s, came from a jumble sale. Yeah, I remember the jumble sales. That was like a mad free-for-all with all the elderly ladies with the massive great elbows out, isn't it? Or like lying over the top of you trying to get stuff. I remember the good old days of the jumble sales. Do they still have them? I don't know. And Robert Cross. Oh, thank you very much, Robert. Robert's looking forward to seeing the hackers working. He likes red as well. That's my favourite colour as well, Rob. And we've got to say happy birthday to Mr. Robert Cross. So Rob, happy birthday. I've spent the last half an hour trying to find my Gus Honeybun badge, and I can't for the life of me find it anywhere. I was gonna have my Gus Honeybun birthday badge that Mr. Spanky's Magic Piano at me, but unfortunately I can't find it, so apologies to you, Rob, for not finding my Gus Honeybun badge. But you never know, it might turn up. It might turn up. Afternoon, Rob Titheridge and Colin Parnell. Hi, Colin. Timothy Kansin. Hi, Timothy. Multi. Hi, Multi. Andy Beck. Benji's in. Stream Elements is in. Simon's World is in. Can't afford the fuel to get the camper van off the drive. I can well believe that. ZX is in. Harvey, how you doing, mate? Radio Fonda, yeah, and Cyberflyer. So people have been asking about Stream Elements, and the Stream Elements is like a virtual moderator. It's not spam or anything like that. It's something that's been set up by me just to help out with the live stream. I can put all sorts of things on it. I can put little prompts on it, so occasionally you'll see it pop up saying about tip-in. So that's genuine. It's not spam. So if you click on it, you can tip if you want to. Entirely up to you. I'll just get up what Stream Elements is a minute. Just it's quite good. It's like a little tool for me. It tells me who's in the stream. It tells me whether I've got any new subs, whether someone's put super chat in, and it does all sorts of prompts like that. So it's very good, very useful tool. But my internet is playing up a bit this morning, so this afternoon. So let's hope that that it's going to stay with us. Otherwise, I'll have to start unplugging things. Okay, so let's just share my screen a minute. So this is my Stream Elements dashboard. I think you can see this, can't you? Let's double check that. Yeah, we're on the dashboard. I'll sit up in the corner, look, out the way. So I've got a bell on there. I'm not sure what that is, but basically it tells me. So it's got Rob's very kind super chat he's just put in. That has popped up on there. The birthday boy. And we got a couple new subs. So John Delaney, welcome John, and Brian H, welcome Brian. 2 days ago, and then we're going back to last week now with the super chats from last week. So yeah, it's quite good. It keeps an eye on me. It says we got 1 subscriber. I take it that's John Delaney 6 hours ago today. So there you are. That's Stream Elements. It's not spam or anything like that. It's just a little tool that I can use to help run the stream. So let's have a look. Yeah, it's all running a little bit slow today. So this is the radio that we were working on last week, and it certainly gave us the runaround, didn't it? Certainly gave us the runaround, that's for sure. Who else we got in? We got Phil Taylor. Oh, afternoon, Phil. Rob's been listening to his hacker. Mick McGinn, good afternoon to you, Mick. And all the gear, no idea. Hi, Chris. Apologies for missing your premiere earlier, Chris, but basically been up in the loft most of the morning and trying to help Mrs. Cruncher find all her bits and pieces and sorting out some old radios and that I'm going to get rid of down the boot sale. You know what it's like. You know what it's like. Yeah, happy birthday to Robert. Are you going out for a meal later, Rob? I expect you're going out for a meal, aren't you? So yeah, this is the radio from last week, and as I say, it certainly gave us a runaround. There was 2 transistors down in it, which was causing it not to work. I thought lots of other things, and it wasn't any of those. And eventually, we got it going, but it's got no back on at the moment. But if you look back onto last week's video, you'll see it is actually working. Afternoon, Marky and Andy Beck. Thank you, Andy. So this one. These appear to be a little bit rarer with the large magnet ELAC speaker in them. Most of them got a much smaller Celestion or Goodman speaker. This is the only one I've had that's got this large speaker in it. So it's a little bit of a rare beastie, but I don't know if anyone knows any different. But certainly this one seems to be a little bit specialer. Specialer? Is that a word? Specialer? Did I say afternoon, Marky? Afternoon if I didn't. So yeah, today what we've got to do is I'll get the caps done on the FM board here, and we'll also get the amplifier recapped. Then if we've got time, I'll see if I can do some of the amplifier sensitivity tests that are in the Hacker manual. I've only ever done them once, to be fair, and that was on a different radio, so it's going to be interesting trying to do it with this. It's a different amplifier. I think it was the RP18 that I did the amplifier tests on previously, but it's basically just to make sure that the amplifier is running in spec. Not necessary to do, to be fair, so if we haven't got time we won't do it, because I've got to do the midpoint voltage and the quiescent current on this once I've done the caps. So all to do. It does, allegedly it does, Chris. I don't know. I know Mark Hennessy did a big survey in the vintage radio forum where he tested all the amplifiers in all the different radios, and I think he did do the Goodmans and the large ELAC one, and I can't remember the results now. I'll see if I can find it in a minute and we'll put it up. But it's a huge magnet, isn't it? I don't know much about audio circuitry, audio design, speaker design, so I always thought bigger magnet means better sound. I don't know. Obviously, bigger speaker, bigger magnet is even better, but you got a blue one, what, with the large speaker, Andy? Has yours got the big speaker? This is the 37A, but this is the actual original case and everything on this one, so it needs a bit of work. We've got a lot of cosmetics to do on it as well. I've also got to still try and find the handle ends for it. I may have a different handle with the ends already built onto it, so I might use that one. But, yeah, lots of things to do to get this one restored anyway. Ben, how are you, mate? And I've got a thank you to Ben as well, because Ben very kindly sent me out these. A couple new spudgers. And this one is going to be really useful. It's a really tiny little spudger. So I'm looking forward to using those. I've got the one that Mr. Cody sent me. But it is looking a bit worse for wear now. You can see I've actually polished this now. I used my Dremel and the polishing wheel and some polishing compound to polish this up, and it's really, really slippery now. It's a good little tip for anybody. If you've got one of these and you're using it for taking off, say, mobile phone cases and that, stick your polishing wheel from the Dremel on it, and it comes up really, really shiny and smooth. I mean, I haven't polished this, and I mean, I can feel sort of drag on that when I rub my thumb over it. But this, the thumb's just sliding all over it. It's just like, I don't know, it's like ice. It's really, really slippery. So, yeah. But, yeah, certainly these are going to come in very useful. I'm not really sure what the little, it's like a little cutout. I think that's just the manufacturer's branding. I didn't know whether it was some sort of like little tiny opener, but I think it's just the branding. Yeah, not really sure. I haven't opened it to see. But these are made in the USA, I believe. So it says Chinese copiers are always one step behind. So thank you very much, Ben, for those. And they will come in very useful. So thanks a lot. Who else have we got in? We've got Jeff in. Let's have a look. Are you changing the capacitors in the amplifier board? Yes, I am going to, Chris. But what I wanted to probably try and do is check the spec before and after, maybe. I think that was something I was going to try and do. Jeff, how you doing, mate? Richard, what are you saying? You had the blue Hacker fit perfectly in the luggage tray on your Rally Tomahawk bicycle. When you're 8 years old? That was an expensive radio back then, Richard. Flipping heck. Tomahawk. We could never afford those. Summer of 76. I would have been 12 years old then, look. Gerard, afternoon, Gerard. You've got a few of these, including the bigger magnet one in blue. You can't say your human ear finds any difference from the normal ELAC speaker. Mark Hennessy's article on this topic is very good. Yes, it certainly is. Mac Vision, afternoon, mate. How are you? You're fitting the glove box on a Zephyr. Oh dear. Jumble Seckles. Yeah, it's Fat Tony. How you doing, Tony? Got your beer on show today, look. I'm going to crack a bottle of that in a minute. I did say thank you last week, but I know you couldn't make it last week. But thanks very much again for sending the beer over there, Tony. Much appreciated. In fact, I'm going to crack a bottle now. I think it's time, isn't it? Really? Yeah. Chris asked if I'm going to be doing the caps in this. Yes, I am, Chris. That's pretty much a must on these. Got to do these battery clips as well. Got to do lots of things on this one. I've got to clean this. Anybody got any rust solutions? Now, a lot of the Americans that I watch, they use some, I can't remember what they call it now, but it's some sort of rust liquid that they put stuff in, and it comes out removing all the rust. You know, I could just go at it with a wire brush, but you do tend to lose a lot of metal doing that. I've got a wire brush for the grinder as well. Rob, thank you, mate. So, yeah, any ideas for de-rusting stuff? Any solutions? You know, I've heard people using vinegar and all sorts of stuff, but you can get like proper stuff for it, can't you? So what I'm going to have to do on this one, I think, because it's going to be going to a new home, I think I'm going to have to do the padding on it again, aren't I? Which is a real pain, but it's so worth doing. Aerial. I've had a look at the aerial, and unfortunately the aerial is not going to be able to be used. Being a hacker though, it does unscrew the top. You can't really see that. The top does unscrew. So what I might be able to do is fit another aerial and stick the hacker top back on it, so it looks pretty much identical. That's the plan. Afternoon, Luigi. Benji's saying white vinegar. Yeah, I've heard that, Benji. I've not had a massive amount of success with it. It works very well with corroded battery terminals, but apart from that, I've not had a massive amount of success with vinegar. It does sort of do something, but anyway, let's get on to the main event, which is getting some purity in me. And this is one of the glasses Tony sent me with the last lot, the previous lot he sent me. And when we were looking at the symbols on the cans last week, Tony, with the rabbit on the bicycle, I didn't quite get the bunny hop thing till someone told me that it was a bicycle jumping move. But yeah, there's some great artwork on their cans anyway, and their bottles. So what have I grabbed first? So we grabbed Mad Goose. And sure enough, on the front, we have got a pretty mad-looking goose. He's not very happy. But premium pale ale. And anyone wants to know purity, not that they're sponsoring this. Tony sponsored this. They are up in Warwickshire. The brewery, Upper Spurnell Farm, off Spurnell Lane in Warwickshire. B49 6JF. So anyone wants to look up purity, there you go. Tony's beer of choice, I believe. Thank you, Luigi. Looks like your cockatoo. Any idea on an aerial for the RP18? Yeah, the problem is aerials are real bane, really. If you buy a radio without a decent aerial, then you're asking for trouble, really. Let me just crack the purity open, and thank you again, Tony, for sending this. I got the purity glass, so we'll give them a bit of a push, because they do seem to be delivering quite a bit here, Tony. So thanks again, mate. I had my cup of tea for my lunch today. I am at time, so this is going to go down very nicely. So it's a award-winning zesty pale ale with a refreshing citrus finish. Apparently it goes well with some pork belly. Hopefully it goes well with some cruncher belly. Rich A, I just finished a roast lunch. I've just had me salmon and cucumber wrap, Rich. So cheers, everybody. And happy birthday again to Robert. So sure is zesty. Yeah, there is, I can't remember what they call it. Rust something it is. Rust Renew or something like that, is it they call it? Let me see if I can find some, because I did find some on Amazon, but it was a bit on the steep side. It might be that it's only available in the US, and as we know, postage from anywhere now to the UK seems absolutely extortionate since Brexit. Is it Rust Renew? Rust Renew? Just going on Amazon a minute. No. Genelite, I've used that before. That used to be pretty good. Ah, here we go. This is the one. This is the one that I've seen the Americans use. Here we go. Let's stick that up on the screen. Am I on the screen? Yes, I am. Yeah, so this is the stuff that I've seen on some of the other channels. I think it's Restore Old Radios uses this. I'm sure you will follow Restore Old Restore Old Radios channel. And we all seem to follow the same channels because there ain't that many of us out there. But yeah, this is supposed to be really good. But as you can see, it's like 23 quid, so it's quite expensive. It is, yeah, it is Prime 1-day delivery. What else does it say about it? Okay, it reckons 1 gallon can remove ½ pound of dry rust. Great for cookware. And we've got some before and after. Oh, so it does turn it that sort of black colour, doesn't it? So, how to use... That go any bigger? A little bit. So pour amount to cover the object. Best to remove excess dirt and oil prior to use. Leave it for 30 minutes for light rust or up to overnight for extremely heavy rust. Rinse it off with water. And voila! Spray with rust block after air drying to prevent re-rusting for up to 1 year. So I don't know if anyone's tried that stuff. Evaporust, that is the product I was thinking of. I'll say I've used the this Genelite. I think is like there's the gel type one. It might not be Genelite. But yeah, Evaporust was definitely the one that I was thinking of. There's all sorts of other ones there, isn't there? Rust converter, I've used that before. Oh Christ, there's a 42 quid there. What is that then? That's 5 litres. Is that other one smaller than 5 litres then, is it? Oh Christ, that's only a litre. God, that's only a litre for 23 quid. 5 litres is 42 quid. Hell. Yeah, I might have to get some to try. Anyway, I'm deviating again, aren't I? I'm deviating, but it's all relevant because we're all fixing these things. We're all fixing these things. So if anyone could do something that helps everyone else out, then let's do it. David, how are you? David Gregory Kerr. Robert ran out of Guinness. You can't run out of Guinness in Ireland. They sell it on every street corner, I expect. Now my stream's playing up again. What's David saying? You had an uninstalled in a DAB radio and it improved the reception no end as you want to improve the matching between the rod antenna and the tuner. You actually installed the Unan inside the radio, David, did you? Benji's saying phosphoric acid works well. It's also in Coca-Cola. I have heard people using Coca-Cola to remove rust off stuff, actually, Benji. Multi's saying Genelite rust converter is what we've used for years on cars. Boiling white vinegar, good by sediments. Benji says it looks like vinegar. Jeff's saying that's orthophosphoric. Black look. So Benji's saying you use white vinegar. AD Hewitt is saying remember you can sieve it and use it again. I did see that. I'm sure it was Restore Old Radios or somebody. They've got some great results with it. Naval jelly, Chris. Again, I've heard of that before. Now, who has used that? Was that Chris? All the gear, no idea? Use some naval jelly on something, or was it Andrew Alsfer? Someone did. Someone did to de-rust some tools. It might have been Andrew, actually. I'm not sure. It might have been Andrew or Chris, one of them. Afternoon, Brett. How are you, mate? Benji's saying it's also good to use as a weed killer with a little sugar and dish soap, washing up liquid with the vinegar. This is like home remedies channel now, isn't it? So I have got some white vinegar here, which I use for getting rid of the green verdigris off battery contacts. So I might try that. I might try that, but I have got a lot of stuff that rusts, and I would like something, you know, with a really aggressive action that would get a shot of it. Especially for things like nuts and bolts in. Yeah, Benji's saying it's cheap. Yeah, so that's what I've got to do. I've got to get something. I might try it in vinegar. As I say, I have got some vinegar here, which I pinched out of the cupboards. Yeah, it's a shame these battery contacts have been broken, but I have got some 3D printed ones that I can use. Right, let's have a look at the service manual and see what it says about Robert Howard. How you doing, mate? I just let me catch up with the chat. So as David's saying, it worked really well, but unfortunately the tuning knob got broken and it would need to get it fixed, but it has to be totally disassembled to get the tuning encoder. You broke the plastic piece out of the encoder. That's a nightmare. So Benji's saying soak the hinge in vinegar overnight. Boiling water for battery leaks. Boiling water for battery leaks. Oxalic acid shifts rust off chrome BMXs. Actually, saying that, I went out last week. I was doing something around the side. I think I was checking the gas bottles around the side, and I looked at my push bike. Oh, we haven't used it since we moved here, and I did have a tarp over the top of it, but the tarp has all degraded in the sun. Water's got in, and all of my spokes on both wheels are rusty. Every single spoke. I thought, oh, no. I thought they were stainless steel spokes as well, but they aren't. So I don't know what to do with that. Get a Brillo pad and scrub away. I could put just a wire brush in the Dremel and get rid of it like that, but I didn't want to remove too much of the metal. That was the key. I've cleaned these up before, and you lose the chroming off of them, but can't really help that. Erin endorsed on it, David, did she? I bet she was popular. What's Richard saying? Clove oil you use for toothache on a cotton bud can strip back light rust and copper verdigris. Oh, Jeff's saying poor. Oh, I've seen that, Jeff. Yeah, I'm with you now, mate. Yeah, that's a favourite garage mechanic trick, isn't it? Aluminium, tinfoil and coke is also good. What do you mean, Brett? Putting aluminium tinfoil in the coke and then the bit to be derusted? I've heard coke's good. I've also seen people, I'm sure I've seen people microwaving stuff in Coca-Cola. You know. Steal a hinge off another radio. Yeah, but I've already done that dozens of times, Harvey, and I'm running out of hinges to nick stuff off of. To nick hinges off of. Where's a goat? We're going to have a goat for that. So I should think. Rub. Rub it. Yes, right. Well, that's me bit of derusting. A bit of derusting put to rights. So let's pull this apart again. Let's have a look. Oh, I was going to have a look at the. Let's leave that for a second. Let's just have a quick look at the service manual, and we'll have a look and see what's going on here. Let's see. Right, let's find the page. So we need the audio checks, page 5. Okay. Let's just get this in shot so you can see it. Hopefully you can read this. I'll get it away from me. Okay, so this is the first thing really. I suppose you ought to do this. Oh, it's going to just take a bit too much time. That's all I'm thinking. Disconnect it. So this is basically doing the midpoint voltage and the quiescent current. You've seen me do that dozens of times, really. But this is what I was looking at. This amplifier sensitivity. Hopefully you can see that. I'll make it a bit bigger. It's gone a bit fuzzy, but can you view that full screen? Yeah. Let's just get rid of me a minute. Bass and treble set to minimum. Connect oscilloscope and output meter. 15 ohms nil to the output terminals of the amplifier. Inject a signal of 1000 Hz or 1 kHz into the amplifier. Sufficient to produce an output of 1.5 watts without serious distortion as indicated on the oscilloscope. The input necessary to give this output should be approximately 36 millivolts. So I've got to inject a 1 kHz audio tone into the amplifier to produce an output of 1.5 watts without serious distortion. Frequency response for conditions the same as for the sensitivity. Reduce the audio signal generated to give an amplifier output of 1 watt. Changes in input frequency should produce the following results. Okay. Treble and bass. Yeah, I think this might take a bit longer than the stream to settle this up and do it. So you've got bass and treble. Rotate the treble control. Change in input frequency should produce the following results. This would be worth doing, I think. I have done this before. I haven't done this one with the bass and treble controls. Again, this differs slightly from the one I did before, which was the RP18. I didn't really bother with the frequency response. I was looking mainly for this sensitivity measurement because there was a problem with the amplifier and we wanted to make sure that it was not anything to do with the sensitivity of it. So if you search back through my videos quite some time ago, probably about 3, maybe 4 years ago now, there's a couple little phone videos that I put up with Hacker amplifier sensitivity tests. And that was guided by Mark Hennessy, actually, via the Hacker radio group. So I put a query on there regarding the RP18. And he guided me through how to set it all up, basically. But this is pretty much how you do it. But I think, really, this is going to be a bit beyond the scope of the stream. And we're going to end up just probably getting it recapped and doing the static current adjustments on it. I might see if I can do a separate video then, perhaps on this radio, and get it out there. Yeah, so we've got bass and treble control checks, amplifier noise. So with bass and treble set to maximum with input open circuit, figures greater than minus 60 dB on 1.5 watts. Yeah, so there's a lot of tests here that I've never tried, to be honest. I've never. This is a problem. If something's working, and it's working well, I don't tend to mess with this stuff, because why would you need to? But it is useful to be able to do it and to know how to do it in case you have to. You know, someone could send a radio back saying it sounds terrible, and I'm thinking, well, you know, it's all set up right, but it might be something inside the amplifier that's causing it to sound bad. It's amplifier noise. And what was that? Stability test. No input amplifier, output meter. Now we're getting to the realms of wobulators. A wobbler. They want a wobbler in this one. IF alignment and sensitivity on FM. Okay, so we're going through the alignments now for FM. So it's interesting. It says 75 ohm source. Now my normal wobulator is 50 ohm. I have got one that does 75 ohms actually. My Hewlett Packard does 75 ohms, but it's a very strange beast to drive. And it wants a 10.7 crystal marker as well. I'm trying to think who I saw with a, I think it was Simon Spires had a 10.7 megahertz crystal marker, which was just like a little box with a little tiny BNC aerial on it, I think, that he just put on the bench, and it generated a 10.7 meg marker. Audio millivolt meter. Yeah, so say I haven't done any sweep alignments, to be fair. Okay, so now originally I'm just looking at the amplifier side of it, really. I don't really want to be messing with the other alignments unless absolutely necessary. So really this is the one that we're going to be doing first. Static current adjustment. But as I say, we'll get it recapped first before we do that. Right, back to where we were then. Let me just get out of that. F11 out of it. Back in the room. Rich A! Thank you, Rich. Let me just catch up with the chat. Too much trouble, Harvey saying you look. I totally agree, Harvey. I do agree. Is it me or does it wobulator? Everybody loves the way I say wobulator. Wobulator. Wobbler. Carry on wobulating. It's basically a sweep generator, but they used to call them wobulators. Let's crack on then, shall we? Because they ain't never going to get nothing done else, are we? Right, let's have a switch around the cameras. Let's go with that one, so I can see what I'm doing. Then I can talk to you there instead of having to turn around that way. David, how you doing, mate? Off to bed. Welcome, David, from down under. We're just talking about wobulators, Dave. How are you on wobulators? Right, let's get this this beauty out of this rest in place again. Let's undo that. Let's say I'm going to do the caps on the main board first, on the FM IF board, and then we'll do the amplifier. Let's say I have got a board already done, really, but that would be cheating, wouldn't it? Thank you, Rob. iFix Consoles. How you doing, mate? In the background as usual. I didn't realise you watched. A bit wobbly. You're a bit wobbly, Dave. David. So yeah, I have got an amplifier that I've already done. And welcome iFix Consoles as well. Got to have something to do on a Sunday, haven't we? So why not fix a radio? Or attempt to fix a radio. I say again, that's that massive, great ELAC speaker. Look. You can see the branding on the side of it. ELAC. Was it 15 ohms? I'm not sure, but a real beauty. Massive, great speaker. For what's sort of a little transistor radio, really, isn't it? Still upset I can't find my Gus Honeybun's birthday badge, but there you go. Gavin, how are you, mate? Yeah, I think we're certainly all fans of David's channel. And I have got something to send to David soon, so I haven't had a chance to shoot the video on it yet, but I might give you a sneak preview at the end of this video, perhaps. We'll see how we're doing. I might give you a sneak preview. The problem is Dave will be long gone. He'll be in bed by the time we do that. Carther, how you doing, Carther? So cheers, everybody. So let me turn the desoldering tool on. Let's pop that one out the way. I'm sure you've seen David's latest video where he's restored a radio that was sent to him from a chap in Germany. It was a Romanian radio sent from a chap in Germany. He's got a Blitz Roher. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Blitz Roher, I think, is the channel name. It wasn't a channel that I'd heard of until I seen it on David's channel. Okay, these are fairly easy to do. I shouldn't need to take this board out. I mean, you can take these boards out. I mean, they come undone. You've got 3 screws on the side, a couple screws there, and that board will actually come apart, but I don't think we'll need to. It's a bit awkward with this wire here in the way, but I should better get them all out. I think we'll put all axials in it. Let's keep it as original as we can. Hacker, I believe, have put us some indications on the board as to which is positive and which is negative. Yes, they have, so don't really need to worry about polarity. It looks like they're marked on the board correctly, which is a change. So the hardest one is underneath here. Let's do the hardest one first, and the rest of them will be easy, won't they? In theory. So let's get that out of the way, and then if we do burn that wire, which is right in the way, then let's get down. I always get the camera the wrong way. So the first cap's down the bottom here. I really don't know what all that means, David. You really want this rig? I know you do, Chris. I think there's a few people that like it. Well, you're the first one that said you want it, though, to be fair. There's no tune table on the bottom of those Hackers. No, there's not. Because it's FM, you don't need to rotate the radio to tune the ferrite rod, Rob. That's why. There's no ferrite rod on these. You only need the turntable to twist for tuning in medium wave and long wave. I'm sure you knew that, most of you, but right, let's see if I can get this thing out. So I think it's that one, right there. Have we got the temperature yet? Yeah. Is that out? Yeah, that one's out. And the other one is right in the way of the wire, just over here. If we can get onto that, and not got a lot of suck today. Let's do a bit of probing. Restore the suck. Sounds better. It's how radios are made to work. That's what your equations were, David, was it? I'll put them up. I really don't know what that means, but YouTube didn't like it for some reason, but I'll put it up for everyone else. I mean, Mr. All the Gear No Idea loves his maths. I don't like maths. Well, maths doesn't like me either, really. So I wasn't the best maths student in school, that's for sure. Right. Has that just gone inside the radio? I can't believe that. That capacitor has actually gone inside. Oh, whee! There he is. Ooh, little baby one. Okay. So what is that then? Tell you what, these are getting smaller and my eyes are getting worse. Where's me expanding goggles? That is 2.5 microvolts, 64. 2.5 microfarads. Microvolts? What? Yes, I should say so. It's going to be one of those days. A lot of goat action going to be going on today, I'm sure. A lot of goat action. Right. So, do we do 2.2 or 3.3? It's always a question, isn't it? 2.5. Do we go higher or lower? Because 2.5 is the old version. Afternoon, Keith. How are you, mate? Hope your good lady's okay. On the mend. So do we go higher or lower? Do we put a 2.2 in or 3.3? 2.2 is closer. I'm going to stick a 2.2 in. Back in the day when these radios were made, it was minus 10% plus 50% was the tolerance on them. But be interesting to see what that one actually measures. Are you going to let me put this in, Mr. Goat, or not? Can't take him anywhere. The problem now is trying to get this actually in here. Where are we? Trying to actually get this physically in there because it's in underneath this board, right in underneath this wire here. So a bit of a squeeze. You're off to bed, David. Check us out tomorrow. Cheers, mate. Thanks for dropping in. And I'll stick what we're sending you on the end of this video, David. So all to look forward to tomorrow. It's bank holiday in the UK tomorrow, so we've all got an extra day off tomorrow, David. But how the hell am I going to get that in there? Let's just zoom it out a bit now because I'm in a little bit close. You failed maths again and again and again. Yeah, I got ungraded in maths at school. That was CSE, which was for the, well, it's sort of like a lower level than O level. I actually got ungraded in CSE. Like, I think it was ungraded. It was the lowest grade you could get anyway. Not that's something to be proud of. I just couldn't grasp maths at all. I couldn't do the times tables. Absolutely useless at it. I had to feed these legs in with the tweezers here. It's that difficult to get to. Right, I think that's in. Got the legs in the holes. There we go. Right, just solder that up a minute. Catch you later, David. You'll get a sneak preview when you wake up. Solder that in. Come on. It's not taking very good. Let's chuck a little bit of flux on that. Let's do that again. Better. Let's give that a quick clean off, and I can put that that plastic sleeve back on then. And that's that one done and dusted. Right, one down, and we'll check out those on the ESR meter afterwards and see how we get on. Unstoppables, A equals B equals CD. The rest is fully automatic and beyond your comprehension. Unstoppables, I'm with you, I'm with you. And David has two digital radios, a Technics STGT1000 and Panasonic RFD10. By digital radios, you mean ones with digital readouts, David Gregory? Yeah, I'm sure that's why we're so clever now, Harvey, because we didn't understand maths. That's why we're so clever now. Well, I can't say that for myself, to be fair, but you know, I try. Right, so that was the hardest one to do. We've done those two transistors in this circuit, remember those two? I never did order some more either. Right, so I've only got 3 more on this board. We've got this one in here. Again, right by a lead. No, it's not there. It must be there then. Okay. DSP based. As when you're looking at vintage radio manuals, what's that as? Where do you get them, do you mean? Let me just take this capacitor out and I'll show you how to get to the manuals. There's a couple ways really. I'll just do this one and then I'll show you where I got to get that manual. So I'm just doing this this blue one in here now. Is that March? Yes it is. Let's pull that out. So I've desoldered it. And that's another 2.5. Let's do that one. Yeah, I'll show you the website to get them as. You just need to sign up to Groups.io in order to access them. It's on the Hacker Radio group. So I'll show you that in a minute, mate. No problem. No problemo. Afternoon, Nick. How are you? DSP. Just my amateur radios have got DSP in them, David. That's about it, I think. DSP, digital signal processing. Yeah, I've got a couple of receivers with it in, but it's mainly my amateur radio gear that's got DSP in it. So just pop that one in. So I'm going to try and do them all in axials. Axials are so expensive now, though. It's ridiculous money. If you can get them, if they got them in stock. You emerged from your cold workshop, Nick, have you? You find it hard to get the manuals as you're outside the EU, but you should be able to join Groups.io, Rob. I'll show you in a minute. Let's put some flux on this again because the last one didn't solder particularly well. It's just some liquid runny flux there. Wharton's, I believe. Gel flux is a bit more aggressive, but you don't really need it to be that aggressive for these boards. Just put that one back, that wire moved slightly. Well, these are really, really close to the edge here. Right, let's have a look. Catch you in a minute then, David. When your teacher said you were useless, and a lot of mine told me that. Oh dear, right. Okay, so let's go back to my screen then. So what you need is you need groups IO. So if you Google groups IO, and let's just zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm up to. So if you Google groups IO, I'm going to click on the groups IO. Now this shows all of the groups that I'm in. Look. So my name's up in the corner here. Let's just get rid of me a minute. Let's make sure that you are on this screen so you can see where I am. Yeah, here we go. So this is all the groups that I'm a member of. I did zoom in, but it's gone back to 100%. It's maybe a bit too big. Okay. So this is all the groups that I'm in. Look. So this is mainly the stuff that I repair or that I'm interested in. So AOR AR3000s, Hacker radio groups, the one you want. ON6MU, not sure what that is. I've been in that for a while. And Robert's radio group. So probably for what we're interested in is you're going to want the Hacker radio group or the Robert's radio group. So if I click on the Hacker radio group, that takes us into the Hacker radio group. Now, I'm going to zoom back out because it's a bit confusing now. Because you want to see the sidebar here. So this is where people post messages. So if anyone's got a problem with a radio, post it in here, and there's lots of people that are trying to help you out. I try and participate in this if I can help anybody out. You can see I'm down here, so I've responded to some of these messages. But down through this side, you've got lots of different things, and what you want is the files section. If you click on files, it brings up all these PDFs. So you know, there's a guide there to dismantling an RP38A. Look, this GAR, I think that's record decks, isn't it? I'm not sure. I think it is. Hacker Hunters, RP75s. So we've got 3 pages. So we go to the next page there. So now you can see we've got some service manuals. So we've got the RP10 service manual, RP17, RP18. That's something about the audio stage on the RP18 there. Look. RP25B manual, so don't forget that's the late RP25, differs to the original RP25, which is there. And if I go down further, you'll see down here we've got the RP37A. So if I click on that, there we are, straight into the RP37A service manual. So that is how and where you get it from. So say there's more in there. There's the Hunters in there, RP70 Ranger, and on the 3rd page, what have we got on the 3rd page? RP75. So basically pretty much everything you need hacker-wise is in here. And there's also, interestingly, the RV20 service manual. So we might need to look at that later on. So I'll open that one up. I would love the original of this manual. If anyone's got one going spare, if anyone's got an original Hacker Mayflower 2 manual, I'd love that one for my collection. I've got a collection of Hacker manuals, as you've seen, but I haven't got the Mayflower 2. So yeah, a very, very useful resource. So that's Groups.io, and it's the Hacker Radio Group. In fact, that's the address, Hacker Radio Group at Groups.io. So if I is that the actual group, or is that the email address? No, that is the group. Okay, so let me just pop that in the chat in case anyone wants a link that they can click on. There you go. So we deviated again, but I think it's well worth doing. I know a lot of people struggle to get manuals, and that is one place where you can get them. So hopefully that has helped you out, mate. Valdir, afternoon, how are you? No tractor websites. No, I'm not on any tracker ones, Gavin. A tracker-free zone here, boy. Tracker-free zone. I can see lots of trackers if I look out the front door. You come by, it must be about 30 a day, Capacitor. Derek, good afternoon, how are you, mate? Doing well? It's not a subscription, so you've got to join. You've got to join the group, but there's no. You don't have to pay to join. It's free to join. And again, if you search Groups.io, you can find whatever group you want. Whatever you're into, there's a group there for you. Danish native, how are you doing, mate? Assembling a new air compressor. I have got a real cheap compressor, actually, Danish, but it's not great. It's not got a regulator on it. So you basically got to wait till it gets up to pressure, then switch it off. Use the air, and when the air starts dying down, you've got to turn it back on again. It's not great. It works, but it's not brilliant. Right, let's crack on. Let's get these caps sorted. No worries, Robert. I thought you had that, Rob. I'm sure I've sent you that before. Right, let's crack on then. So that's 2 down. 2 to go on this board. So the next one is in there. Just there. Let's get the old sucky suck tool on it again. No, just lost it. It's there. Again, if you're doing a lot of this type of work, this desoldering tool saves a lot of time. A real godsend. They're not expensive, really. A lot of people prefer to use a manual solder sucker, but I prefer to use that any day of the week. So, what's this one? And this is a 5 microfarad. Again, another obsolete value. So we're going to need to go 4.7, I believe. Yeah, and the capacitors that I'm using here, these are VHF AS and ASM series capacitors. That's these blue ones. So they're VHF ASM or AS series. I think one is a higher tolerance than the other. I can't remember now, but either of those are fine for the work we're doing anyway. So going in with a 4.7. In with the flux. Yeah, we're good, thanks, Derek. We're off to the car boot sale tomorrow. Well, hopefully, weather permitting, that is. I also got this in yesterday as well. So Robert very kindly gave me an Amazon voucher, and I was able to buy this bulk spool of solder wick. It's probably not quite as wide as I'd like normally. I think it's 2 mil. I like 2.5 really, but it's a whacking great roll of it. I mean, look at the wick on that. That's 100 meters of it. So that's going to come in very useful. So thank you again, Rob, for that. So I'm now sorted for solder wick because I get through so much of it. I mean, there's empty ones of these everywhere here, but you can see the difference in size. This holds, what is it, a meter? 1.5 meters this holds, one of these, and this is 30 meters. So, you know, that should last me a fair while. You get through a lot of it. Gerald, how are you, mate? You think the M in ASM might stand for automotive standard? Should last me a while, Dana, shouldn't it? And I'm on the Fat Tony Purity today. So this is the beer of choice today. As provided by Mr. Fat Tony. Cheers, Tony. If you're still there, Tony. Right, let's cut the legs off of that one. Incidentally, if you're into console fixing and that, check out Mr. iFix Console's YouTube channel. Well worth a watch. Does a bit of live streaming as well. Just going to tighten this up again. This keeps coming loose for some reason. Not too bad. You had a look on Electro Tanya. What for, David? You mean my mate Vince? No. My mate Vince is a good channel as well, David, definitely. I do enjoy a good my mate Vince video. Problem is he gets so many comments, there's no way he can reply to them. He absolutely gets hundreds of them. So this is another strange side. This is 250 microfarads. So what are we going to stick in place of 250 then? I think it's going to have to be, it's either going to be 220 or 330, isn't it? Do we go 220 or 330? What's the consensus? What's the consensus? It's weird when you got these weird sizes, isn't it? I mean, 220 is quite close. Can someone do the maths? What is... I'm going to have to do the maths on this. So what's 250? Oh. 225. No, it's probably... So I'm less than 10% tolerance. Well, more than 10% tolerance if I go to 220. It needs to be 225 minimum. So that's... if I go 330... goes 297's 10%. I think I'd probably go for 330 on this occasion because 220 is just that little bit more than 10%. Really, you don't want to go any more than 10% from what they originally designed. Under, you can afford to go a bit over, but not under, if you know what I mean. Over, but not under. YouTube's blocking you. You can't put a link in, David, if that's what you're trying to do. It won't let you put a link in, mate. YouTube would do some weird things, though, so... So I'm going for the 330, because it's closer. It's not closer, really, is it? But it's not going to hurt in this application to go a bit higher in capacitance. Afternoon, GT Jeff. How are you, mate? What were you oh, you looked on Electrotania. What is YouTube? What is YouTube blocking then, David? Tell me what YouTube is blocking. You looked on Electrotania for the oh right, 37A, yeah. Groups.io is the place, David. If you Google it, there is a couple other places you can get it from, I think. Or if you want to pay £1.99, you can get it from the Vintage Radio group or site as an instant download. But I think Rob struggled with that as well. Okay, well that is all of the caps done now on the amplifier board. So there's one tucked in just under there and the other three there. So all axials look exactly, well, they don't look exactly the same because one of them was a black one, but the rest are blue, fairly close. So it's time now to do a bit of the old capacitor bingo. So eyes down looking. And incidentally, talking of bingo, let's go to the front cam again. Talking of bingo, Mrs. Cruncher's got the week off next week, so I'm having a week off this week coming. So if you've got a radio in for repair, unfortunately it won't get done next week because we got the week off. We're off on holiday. We're not on holiday. We're not doing anything for a week. Then put it that way. We don't have holidays really. When you've got 2 whacking great Labradors and 6 chickens, you can't really have a lot of holidays. Yeah, you've got to sign up to Groups.io, but you don't. It doesn't cost anything. You've just got to register really, and then click on the join the group. And whatever you're into, whatever radio, very often you'll find there's some resources there. I find the 2001D Sony 2001D group is very, very good. As are the Hacker Radio and the Roberts Radio groups. Right, okay, so let's crack on through these. Let's go with the biggest first then. So 250 microfarads this one is. This was in the output of the IF stage by the looks of it. So if there's a problem with this, it would have degraded the signal going into the amplifier circuit. So 250 microfarads then, place your bets. I should have go to the doctors. I've got a week off. Very good, Timothy. I had to think about that then, because I have got to go to doctors, but that's another story. Maybe the hospital as well, but that's, you know, we don't want to get into that yet. I don't want to be thinking about that. Do not want to be thinking about that. Thank you very much. Right, so we've got a few guesses. Dave Rhodes, hi Dave. Thinking we're all around the 260, 320, 290. So you've got confidence in this cap by the looks of it. Brett's going 322. Brett's gone high. Danish said high maintenance chickens and labs. It's not their high maintenance, it's getting someone to look after them, Danish. That's the problem. If you want to go away anywhere, you know, very often you can't take the dogs, and there's 2 Labradors. They're not like little tiny Jack Russells, they're massive. Stream Elements. Come on, Mr. Stream Elements, are you going to have a guess? He won't guess, will he? I must put some different little prompts on that, because there's all sorts it will do. I just haven't really had time to sit down and go through it. Are we nearly ready? Have we all done? Have we all done? Still coming. Multi's just come in. Nick's come in. We're all around the 300s now, so we've moved on from the high 200s. We're now into the 300s. I think, I don't know. It's going to either be good or bad. It's not. I don't think there's an in between. I would say it's going to be over 300 personally. That would be my guess. So let's have a look. Oh, was just under 292.5. 292.5. Anybody around the 290, 295 for Gerard? $300 for Nick. So Nick's 7.5 off. Gerard is 2.5. So it's Gerard, I think, isn't it? We just check up through. Anyone else? Oh no, Benji 290. It's Benji. It's Benji. It's Benji on 290. Hang on, was it two 290s? And Gavin 290. Ah, we've got a draw. Yeah, we've got a draw. It's Benji and Gavin. Ah well. You'll have to fight between you for the prize, which is absolutely nothing. So okay, next one then. 5 microfarads. 5 microfarads is the next one up. So really that one, what was that? So if we say that's plus 50% is the tolerance. So it's 250 plus 50%. So really it could have been as high as 375, look. And that would have still been okay. That would have been in tolerance back then as 50% on top of 250. So what's 250 plus 10%? 275. So it was over 10% outlet. So, you know, I put a 330 in there, so that'd still be within that 50% tolerance. So we're all thinking it's going to be close. Now this isn't a Phillips cap. This is 15 microfarads at 15 volts. I don't know what brand this is. It's unbranded, as are the blue ones, but I believe the blue ones are Phillips. This is a different one. It's just got a code on it, 1022. I don't know what that means. Perhaps that's just a date code. 15, Chris. Rob Cross is saying 15. We've got another draw. Keith's drawn with Derek. So I'm spitting. Spitting. Stop spitting, Graham. Yeah, I really ought to see if I can get some. What's that say there? Oh, I thought that was a badge down there, but it says Ruby Ale. That's obviously one of my bottle tops. How's it going, Mrs. Cruncher? How's it going? Yeah? Mrs. Cruncher's sorting out loads of her old clothes to take. Well, they're new clothes, really. New old clothes, if you know what I mean. Right, let's hit the button. Are we all done? You were going to say 20, David. 20? Whoa, it could be. It could be. It could be way out. Okay, well, only one beep, which isn't good. It means it's got high ESR and it's 7.2. Brett! Absolutely on the button. Bretsky, you absolutely nailed it. Very close, well, and Theo at 7.15. Hell. New old frock. There you go. Well done, Brett. Absolutely on the nose. Doesn't happen very often, does it, that someone gets it absolutely bang on. So both these next ones are 2.5 then. 2.5. You have a guess on 2.5 when I open another Fat Tony special. And we're going with pure gold now. With a chicken on it. Chicken, cockerel, blow it up. You were miles out, David, yeah. .9. We're going to two decimal places now. Right, where's my opener? Gotta get the important tool to get open the gold. Having some gold now. So I say we've got the day off tomorrow in the UK. It's a bank holiday. Because normally the 1st of May, I think May Day is the normal bank holiday, but it's whatever Monday it falls on, I think, around the 1st. Cheers, everyone. Nice. I haven't had a decent real ale for a while, actually. I went out, had our finals night up the pub on Friday night. Well, at one of the local sports clubs. So they didn't have it. That was quite a nice ale up there, but it was good night out Friday night. We actually come runners up in the team competition as well, which was very good. Surprised me. I think we came bottom in the league and runners up in the team contest at the end of the season. Oh dear. You're always on holiday, Danish. I work from home doing this, really. This is what I do. This is my job. Fixing and restoring radios and selling them and repairing stuff for people. So this is pretty much my job, as well as being sort of semi-retired. So this is what I do. Which is great, isn't it? I mean, if you can do something that you love and make a living out of it, all well and good. How are we doing then? Oh, I think we've all we're all done, aren't we? I think there's quite a few people have had a go. Blow it up, Brutsky's saying. Here we go then. Okay, only one ding, but pretty close to 2.5. 2.88, look. 2.88. Theo's close to 2.92. Anybody get a... Multi's got 2.8. .8. You read my story, Danish. It's got to be Multi, isn't it? Yeah, well done, Multi. Afternoon, Doug. How are you, mate? Okay, we've got another 2.5 then, the last one before we get onto the amplifier. We've got lots to do in the amplifier. I really ought to test the radio before we move on, though. Just make sure that I haven't messed anything up by changing capacitors, which can happen. Right, the last one, another 2.5 then. .9 for Rob. 2.91 for Carther. 0.1, 0.01. You're all feeling fairly confident that this one's going to be very similar to the last one, aren't you? It could well be. It's in the same circuit end of the day. It's only in one more IF stage down. Afternoon, Lawrence. How are you? 3.2. 10:25 in the morning there on the east coast of the US. What's the weather like over there, Doug? East coast, that's closest to the sea, isn't it? Yeah, because west coast would be headed sort of Alaska way, wouldn't it? Not that I'm not that great at geography really, but I'm interested in geography, and being a radio amateur, you're always looking for where you're talking to. You try and look them up on the map. So I must get another HF aerial up. I've only got my VHF aerial up at the moment. I did have the CB aerial up, but I pulled that down when we had all those bad storms. I haven't got around to put it back up yet. Are we nearly there? Everyone guessed? Let's do it then. Okay, well that one's a bit higher. Again, ESR isn't great, but then to be fair, for a lower capacity, you would expect a higher ESR. So 3.36. So Dave Rhodes has got 3.19. Anyone else over 3? 3.2 Lawrence. I think it's Lawrence. 16 degrees C. It's probably similar here, Doug, to be honest. I don't think this this new talking clock, which is brilliant, 1524, that Derek very kindly gave me as a kit. I think we gave one of those away, didn't we? Who was it won the talking clock kit? Can you remember who won the talking clock kit? Got to be careful how I say that. But I haven't heard whether they built it or not. I'd like to sort of hear back if I've given stuff away as to how they got on with it. So there we are. That's the capacitor bingo for the IF section. So nothing in the IF section caused any problems capacitor wise. So, you know, very often it can be capacitors that take out transistors. But I think in this case that wasn't the reason those transistors failed. I think they failed because they were lock fits, and that was that. Yeah, German amateurs fairly easy to pick up over here, really. Europe's quite easy. The Americans, Rob, if you tune into the right frequencies of an evening, sometimes sort of around the midnight-ish, you get, I mean, Americans, you know, people from the US, they tend to like 20 meters, and they sort of congregate on 20 meters if conditions are right. Around the sort of 11 o'clock midnight, our time, is a good time to listen out on 20 meters. Quite a popular band over in the US and here as well. I mean, 20 meters is my band of choice, really. I can get a decent signal out here on 20 meters. Okay, so we can put the chassis to one side. I don't think there's any other caps in there. I think we've got them all. There's obviously lots of ceramic and mica caps in there, but nothing that we need to change. So on to the amplifier next. Yeah, and as you can see, we have quite a few capacitors in this one. In fact, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought it was more than 6, but I might be looking at that wrong. 3, 4, 5. No, only 6 caps then. Hey, so not that much more. So we've got some weird and wonderful sizes again, have we? No, that's 100. That's 100. Slightly different sizes on those two. Another 125. That looks like another 2.5. There's some weird sizes on these sometimes, and a 470. Right, let's have a look. Are these marked? Negative, negative. Yeah, so let's get these two out first then. Both 100 microfarads. That's that one. And where's the negative? Is up here. Right, let's do those two. So what, 100 microfarads. What are these rated at? 25 W.V. Volt watts. What volts? 25 WV. Has anybody ever heard of that before then? That must be a bit of old school, isn't it? I've not seen that before on a cat. Well, I've not noticed it before. See that? 25 W.V. If you look at the other one there, that says 16 WV. Is that watt volts? What volts is it? What volts? Oh, working volts. Duh. See, I told you I'm not that clever, didn't I? Yes, I should say so. Working volts. Thank you. So a 16 and a 25. Okay, I've not got a lot of hundreds in here actually. In fact, I've got very few hundred. What are these rated at? 25 volts, and what was the highest one? 25. Okay, I'm going to stick two 25s in because that's all I've got. Let's hope we don't have any more. I need to stick some 100 microfarad caps on my shopping list. So well, I have got other ones, but these are, I've got quite a few. I mean, that one's branded Forever. So I've got some Forever branded ones. And I've got some new old stock RS ones, but they're only 10 volts to be honest. But yeah, I've got no. That's the last two Vishay 100 microfarad caps. I'm surprised I've let them go down like that. Actually, somewhere I've got a running list of stuff I've got to get. I've got a real pain in the backside. Radio I've been working on this week. I've finished an SW77 and got that to the owner this week, but I've got the original ICF SW2001, not the 2001D, in for repair, but it's proven to be a real pain. It's very, very strange things happening with that one, but I'll get to the bottom of it. So we want 100 UF 25 volt axial. Set that fine. Yes, working voltage. And I have seen that before as well. Just, you know, it's obviously going to be one of those days, isn't it? It's going to be one of those days. Right, let's get those two out. Let's zoom back out again now, in that close. It's quite dirty, the board there, so let's give that a bit of a clean off. I did buy some wipes in, but I can't find them at the moment. I've got some of those nice lint-free cleaning cloths which work very well. Bit of isopropyl, soon sorted that out. So these are both positive down, and then the negative bent over. So you could put radials in here, really. You don't have to put axials in. So they've got axials in it, so I tend to put those back in if I've got them. Or if it's a restoration. If it's just a repair, then it doesn't have to have axials in, does it, really? There's a difference between a repair and a restoration. I've sort of had this conversation a few times with different people, saying, you know, why are you doing this, why are you doing that? Well, if we're restoring something properly, then it's going to be done as close to original as possible. If we're repairing something, then it's usually a case of just get it going and send it on back. So I've still got a few radios in for repair. Say the 2001 is on the bench at the moment. After that, I've got quite an interesting little radio for you to see. 2001 is a very difficult radio to work on. Very awkward to take apart, not very service friendly at all. Right. Right, let's have a look at how straight they are. Okay, straighten which ones add a few. That one there, well, I think they're both slightly off, so let's just move them back into place. There we go. That's the first two done. And let's get this big one out of the way. 470. 470. Volts, 10 watt volts. So not a 10 volts, the smallest I've got is 25 volts. I think, what's that one? 40, yeah, 25. Right, and give that a bit of a clean. Again, I'm using the VHF caps. A bit stumpier than the other one, but we'll be fine. Should be using the extractor really. So I'm doing quite a few caps. Let's just get the extractor over a minute. I did mean to test it, didn't I, before I did the caps on the amp, but I never got round to that. Forgot all about that again. I got waylaid. I'm just going to bring the extractor in. Just breathing in this flux is not good for you. And actually Tony Albus did a great video on some extractors. If I win the lottery, I'll get one. But really, I know your health is more important than money, but when you're looking at 500 quid for a decent extractor, it's that's a hell of a lot of radio repairs. Right, that's that one done. What have we got here? 120. Let's do this one at the back here first. I think that's another 100. We could be Struggling if that's the case. Where's that one going? Let's go to there. Pardon me. Afternoon, Phoenix. Phoenix Victim Terror. How are you? And welcome to the channel. Let's say, don't be afraid, people, if you're watching and you watch quite often, to just pop in and say hello. I'll always say hello to you if I see you pop up. And if you've got any questions, then feel free to ask away. Please don't be another 100. No, this is again a strange size, 40 microfarads. 40 microfarads, a bit strange. You've been breathing flux fumes for 40 years, so too late now. You used to like farm machinery, now you're an extractor fan. Very good. No worries. Yeah, I'm good, Phoenix, thank you, and thanks for popping in and saying hello. So glad to have you on board, mate. Okay, so 47 is going to be the one to go for that then. Plenty of 47s. I've ordered those in recently. I've got no hundreds though. I have no hundreds. What's that? 25 volts. That should be okay. Yeah, that's a 16. So yeah, I think that the things used in flux, are they better or worse than they used to be? I don't know. Modern production and that, does that call for a stronger flux? You know, there is lots of breathing warnings on all of this stuff. I'll see if I can find the flux actually. Just find the flux that I'm using. I think I've got the bottle just here somewhere. I can find it. Yeah, there it is. So this is the flux that I'm using. This is what I'm using in this little bottle here, and this is by Wharton. So there's lots of safety data, highly flammable, irritating to eyes, in case of contact with eyes, using well ventilated areas, keep container. It doesn't say, it says it's an irritant, doesn't it? But it doesn't say anything about respiratory. It's manufactured in 2015, so it could be out of date by now, but it still works well. It cleans it up, so you know, what the hell. Right, let's get back on. Soda is supposed to retard the brain, but I was retarded before we started. I'll let that one through. It says it's held for review for some reason, but I've worked with lead for many years, and I did hear when Shango mentioned about the gloves that he always wears, and he wears them because he had a hospital checkup or something, and they found a very high level of lead in his blood, so he now wears gloves all the time. So, you know, being a gas engineer, I've worked with lead for many years. I mean, back when I was first started out in the gas industry, all of the gas pipes, all the meter pipes were all lead. From the meter, from the mains tap to the meter was all lead. So you really didn't have much choice but to work with lead, and it wasn't really until quite late on in my career that they sort of said, no, lead is actually no good for you. But I'd been sort of, you know, your hands were black at the end of the day from this lead, really black. I mean, we used to eat our pat lunch and all sorts with lead on our hands, so I've definitely got it in me. I don't think I don't think you can pass it through your system, can you, lead? So that's probably why I'm so heavy, because I got so much lead in me. Thanks, Andy. Sounds like Theo and Benji are having a bit of tea love going on there. Oh dear. Gotta love us English, haven't you? Us English and our tea. We love our tea. I didn't have time for me cup of tea. I usually have a nice cup of Earl Grey with my dinner. Didn't have chance today. I do like Earl Grey. It is my tea of choice, people, by the way. If you're wondering what my tea choice is, I'm an Earl Grey man. Bit unusual, but you know, there you go. I just like the flavour of it. I know when Mr. Cody's came to stay once, he insisted on bringing his own Yorkshire tea with him because he didn't like any of that other stuff. We certainly didn't have any Yorkshire tea down here. Right, so this is 125 microfarads. Bit of a clean up in there. So 125, what are we going to do for 125? What are we going to do for 125? It's going to have to be 150. A weird size, isn't it? Have I got 133? Do they do 133? You could probably get away with 100 in there, couldn't you? But it's better to go bigger than smaller, really. So I'm going to go with 150. Again, it's not a high voltage, that one, is it? It's, what is that? It's like 16 volts? Yeah, 16 volts. What's these? 16 volts. I'm saying that it's possibly, I've got more of the 25 volt one, so I'm going to stick a 25 volt in because it's always better to go a little bit higher. It's quite close to the 18 volt working voltage, isn't it? Let's go with the 25 volt. 150 at 25 volt, only because I've got more of these. Sticks to the bones, does it, lad? Yeah. You're a good lover of Yorkshire tea as well, ZX. You still chewed lead-painted pencils, yeah. Your birthday as well, Theo, is it? Is it your birthday as well, Theo? That's naughty of you not to let me know, isn't it? Well, I missed it. I'm sorry about that, Theo, but happy birthday to Theo. Theo and Rob today. Kept that quiet, Theo, didn't you? Glass of wine. Happy days. I should probably have a glass of wine with my tea later. I've got to be careful because we've got to be up fairly early if we're going to go to do this boot sale. It's very much dependent on the weather, so yeah, really ought to get a decent extractor. I do like the what's the blue and yellow one? I'm trying to think of the name of it now. You know the brand I mean. TRX Bench uses a lot of it. Hacker. That's it. Hacker make a very nice fume extractor. Very nice. But crazy money. You've got to be earning some serious dosh to buy one of those, really. I'll have to put it on my Christmas list. Right, looks like the last one. And what is this? This is one of these weird ones, isn't it? This is another strange. I think this is 6.4. Yes, 6.4 microfarads. Another weird size. I've got 6.8 here somewhere. Yeah. Now these, I haven't been able to replace these. I've been trying to get hold of some of these for a while. But they're, I don't think they're making them anymore. I just pulled these out and I can't see what they are. 22. There we go. Yes, I've literally only got two 6.8s left in an axial. I'm pretty sure last time I looked I couldn't find them, but they might not have had them in stock. So there's been lots and lots of problems getting things from China at the moment. Well, it seems to be that's where a lot of this stuff's made. And yeah, so 6.8 microfarads. Phoenix is saying you use a homemade extractor, two PC case fans and cardboard. Rich, how are you, mate? They found microplastics in blood. The only way to get it out is to donate blood and pass the problem on to someone else. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? This is my my extractor, Phoenix. It's just that. Not great. It's got a carbon filter in it. This is its second one. It probably needs doing again. It looks like it's got quite... When it gets hard, I know I've got to change it. It's getting quite hard now. But yeah, that's all I use. Just a... Was it something Tronic fume extractor? I think I bought that second hand on eBay. It wasn't, not second hand, but I bought it from eBay. Alright. So happy birthday to you, Theo. And welcome, Rich, by the way, and hello, Mehdi from Cork. Welcome from Cork. Used to get twine into those fancy metal cans. They're very posh. 2x68. So yeah, they're quite difficult to get hold of as well, Harvey, in axials. Brett said Hacker, yeah. Yeah, it was Hacker. Yeah, as long as it gets rid of some of the stuff that you're going to be breathing in and filters it out, it's better than nothing, isn't it? It's better than nothing, Phoenix. Right, let's get this last one in, and then we can do a bit of a look, do a bit of bingo, and find out what's going on with these. So this amp is working from memory. So I'm trying to be neat with them. I'm trying to get them all stood nice and upright. This one's going to be fun because it wants to ping back out, so I'm going to have to probably reset this one. So a little bit of flux. Extractor on. Alright, so look, which one have I soldered? I've soldered the ground, so let's just... So that's a bit more. There we are, fully recapped. Thank you, Rob. So I think I've let Mrs. Cruncher have my wet wipes. So I've got flux all over my hands now as well, just to cap it all off. Put a bit of isopropyl on my hands, again not really the best thing because it does dry your skin right out, isopropyl, or rubbing alcohol as it's called. Right, so there we are, nice and neat, fully recapped with all Vichet axial caps. It's probably about, how many caps have we got? 6. It's probably about 8-10 quid's worth of caps, that is. It's crazy money they are at the moment. They really are mental money. So it pushes the prices of repairs up, that's the trouble. iFix. Got to run out for an hour, jump back on if you're still going. You know where is iFix. We normally go on to about 6, so usually 2 till 6. So if you're back in time, we'll see you later, mate. Thanks for dropping in. Right, let's get it on. We'll go big first, 470. Turn that off now. 470 microfarads then. 10 volts. Now these are actually got a brand on them. Is it Marcon? I think we've seen these before, haven't we? Marcon. M-A-R-C-O-N, I think. Marcon. Marcon. I wonder if that's a Marconi branded cap. Did Marconi make capacitors? They made pretty much everything else, didn't they? Monte Carlo steaks, yeah. Yeah. Do you want odd or even? We did a casino night the other week. Friend's 50th birthday. That was good fun. I was going great guns as well. Till they started saying that some food was nearly ready, so I all of a sudden started placing bets a lot more prolifically, shall we speak. Theo, thank you, mate. Hi, Mehdi. You're in Cork? Yeah, Rob's in Ireland as well, and I think Mr. Racing Demon is Northern Ireland though. Cork, I get confused about. It's all Ireland to me, really, but there's the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, isn't there? I get confused. I think Cork is in the Republic, isn't it? They've got these transistors in. I'm trying to think what I got them in for. K193. I think that's to build a little bit of test kit. So I found these on the floor just now. I've been looking for these earlier. I've got a little bit of test kit to build, and I ordered these in specifically for that purpose. Forgot all about them till I just found them. Right, how are we doing on the 470 then? Has everybody had a guess? If you're just joined and you're wondering what we're doing, basically this capacitor is rated as 470 microfarads. This tester is obviously going to test that. So we're looking for whoever gets the closest to what this reads, if you know what I mean. Call it capacitor bingo. It's just a bit of fun, really. Just really testing to see how far out of tolerance these have gone. It is a FET, Nick. It's for a it's to pick off the frequency so as it brings it to the correct level for the frequency counter to measure. So it's for like a little amplifier stage, so as the frequency counter can measure it. It's actually listed in quite a few of the Sony manuals for different. Is it in the 2001D? I think it might be as well. Let's see if I can just get that for you while you're having a guess. Has it got it in this one? It's usually for setting up the oscillator, I think. No, it's not in the 2001D. I think it's in the SW77 and it's in the Pro 80 as well. But I've just found those wipes as well. I'll get you that and show you in a minute, Nick. Right, let's do this one then. Are we ready? Ooh, that was gone high. 638. Hell. 638. Is anybody in the 600s? No. Anyone in the high 500s? 550 for Multi, 555 for Ben, 556 for Chris. So it's Chris by the looks of it. 556. Anyone higher than 556? No. Chris. You got it. Yeah, that is pretty high, isn't it? So, is it intolerance though? What's 470 plus 50%? So yeah, see, if it is the old school minus 10 plus 50, it's still technically intolerance up to 705 microfarads. Crazy, isn't it? So, okay, next is 125, I think. 125 then. 125 microfarads. You Northern Rambler brat. Where's old Victor? $125, just like the high-speed train. Les Jervis. How are you, Les? 187. Pete and Cal Roberts. Afternoon, Pete and Cal. Afternoon, Les. 125. Now, this is a Phillips cap. I mean, they are supposed to be a little bit better, but they still, when they get to this age, I mean, what age did we say this radio was? 19... I can't remember now. How old is it? Is this radio? Is that the service manual for it there? I don't know if we dated this radio or not, did we? If there's anything that gave us a date, but the service manual is published in September '69. So it's not as old as that. It's probably early 1970s, this one. I don't know when the 37A came in. We did look at it last week, didn't we, in the Witch magazine? But that was the 37 still. This is the 37A. Right, let's push the button then. I'm rabbiting again. A Republic Medi. Oh, hello. Hello. Ooh, that one. That one's not happy. Or is it my leads? I think it's my leads. Hang on, let's just do the leads again. Right. There we go, that's better. Let me just do that again. It's my leads weren't on properly. So it's 158. So not too bad, that one. Republic Medi, yeah, okay, brilliant. I thought it was. So we need someone in the 150s. So we got Nick on 152. I think it's Nick, isn't it? It's Nick, yeah. Referee. 69 cap 150. Pete. I think that's Pete, isn't it? Well, Pete just said 150. And it's 158. What did Nick say again? 152. Yes, it is you, Nick. I was thinking that was a 0, but it's not. It's an 8. It's just the way I was looking at it. 158. So, yeah, it is you, Nick. Very close, though. All right, next up, then, we got... I seem to think there's... Ah, there we go. Okay, there is 2 of these. So we got 100 microfarads at 25 volts now. 100 at 25 now. Oh, you're Ben's brother-in-law, Pete, are you? Welcome, mate. So 100 microfarads on this one. We've actually got 200s, but we'll do this one first. Yeah, I'm not sure on these. This is these grey ones again, so don't forget the other one that was high was that other grey one that was supposed to be 470 and it was 600 odd. So these are the same make, this Marcon. I don't know whether Marcon were part of the Marconi group or whether it was manufactured by the Marconi group. Shame there's no date code on any of it, really. It'd be nice to date it. Need to get rid of all this gunk on this in a minute. Get rid of all this flux. Yeah, I can't see anything on this that is going to date it, really. I don't think there was anything on the main radio that we could date it with, was there? Sometimes people will write things on there, but... Can't see anything on this. It would indicate a date, really. No datage anywhere. Andy, how you doing, mate? Welcome. Let's do it then, shall we? 100, unless Andy wants to go. We've got 100 microfarads here, Andy. We're going to have a guess to see what it actually is. 111, Ben's saying. 112. 124, 145 for Benji. Lastminute.com. Here we go then. Push a button. 137, so that one's not too far out, but it's a little way out. 137, Gavin's on 133. Anyone else closer? Pete gave you a very nice Philco set. 1947, is that the, that's not the People's Radio, is it, Ben? I think it is you, innit, Multi? 140. Closer than Carthor at 132. I think it is you, Mr. Multi. Well done. So we've got another one. Lower voltage now. So another 100 at 16 volts now. So I can't remember if lower voltage means higher ESR. I think it does. 100 microfarads then at 16 volts this time. Another one of these Marcon branded ones. So let's go for it again. Another 100. Multi's saying let it ride, another 140. $155 for Brett. So yeah, what we should have time. Let's have a listen to what's on. We've got on quite quick with this today. Hang on, 2, 3. Yeah, it's only been a couple hours and we've already done the full recap on the radio, which is pretty good. So we've got time to do the quiescent current and midpoint voltage on this one, assuming it all works. And then I'm going to show you what we're going to send to David Tipton. So David Tipton is going to get something from the Cruncher all the way to Australia. It's going to take a while to get there. It's going to cost an absolute fortune to post it, but it's been very kindly donated by GTGF. So we're going to have a look at that in a minute. We're not going to power it up or anything, so I'm going to make a separate video on it all. But I'm going to give you guys a sneak preview, and then David, when he wakes up tomorrow, will be able to tune in and see what he's going to get. So. Exciting stuff, and it's going to be brilliant watching David work on this thing. It's going to be really, really good. It's a Philco A535 Bakelite. He is the man, isn't he? Really, Harvey. I mean, there's not many that can restore a radio as good as David. I mean, his workshop and the equipment he's got is brilliant. I mean, I don't know if you saw that the Bush battery portable he did. But was that the one that's the one he made the power supply. Can you remember? And he bought that bending and rolling machine. That's a fantastic bit of kit. I'd love to have one of those. I'd say I haven't got the space yet. I have. I could make a little workshop out in the barn, but I'd have a job to get power out there. I'd have to run a generator because it's too far from the house. No, I'll put a link to his channel, Gavin. He's Dave's radio. I can't remember his name of his channel. It's Dave's. I'll put a link to his channel in a minute. Certainly, he's released a video recently which is really good. Someone sent him a radio from Germany, a Romanian radio from Germany. Are we all done on this? Are we all done? just get my subscriptions up. I got well over 400 subscriptions here at the moment. It's going mad, isn't it? Yeah, it's David Tipton. So I'll put this link in the chat a minute, and if you've not checked out, yeah, Dave's Radio Adventures is what he calls it, but his actual channel is David Tipton. So there you go, Gavin. He is very modest. He's a cracking guy. Some of the restorations he's done are phenomenal. Mainly Volve radio stuff. I'm more transistor radio. Dave's more Volve radio. So I wouldn't attempt any of half of the stuff that Dave's done, and he probably wouldn't attempt too much on the transistor front. But maybe we'll send him a transistor radio. That would frighten him, wouldn't it? No worries, Gavin. So if you're not subscribed to Dave's channel, you need to. It's well worth it. His attention to detail is fantastic. If you watch his last series on that Bush battery radio from 1936, there's 3 parts to that, but the work he's done on it is absolutely astounding. Right, let's do this. Are we all voted? Oh, that one's gone up a fair bit. 157, that one. Right, we've got Brett on 155. Any advances on 155? 175. Keith went a bit high. 156. Keith. Sorry, Chris. Oh, no, that's the previous one. That was the previous one. It's Brett, I think. It's Brett. Well done, Brett. Winner, winner. Okay, 2 left to go. What's this one? 40. So we now have 40 microfarads. Weird sizes, aren't they? So, you know, we do have to make some adjustments to the amplifier to make up for the different capacitors. 40 microfarads next, and another Phillips. Should be facing the front reach, shouldn't I? Yeah, well done, Brett. He wins again. Let's get the glare off that. Yeah, same here, Theo. I'm trying to think how I discovered David's channel now. 58 for Pete and Cal. Yeah, so Phillips shouldn't be too bad. 45. I've got to see if I can get past Mrs. Cruncher's shoe mounting. She's sorted out loads of shoes to take to the boot sale tomorrow, so see if we can get past all them. You weren't subbed, Rob, before. Oh dear. You need to sub to David. Absolutely cracking channel. Turn it off for a minute. Shoe mountain, yeah, it's a shoe mountain, Harvey. She's sorted out loads of shoes to take to the boot sale tomorrow. I might have to wade through them. I'll go outside and get a shovel, I think. Get me way through. Looks like I'm going to be painting the outside of the house as well soon. Not looking forward to that really. We've got a lot of walls to paint. Doug said it always amazes me that people will actually buy somebody else's used shoes at these sales. I know what you're saying, Doug, but I mean, Mrs. Cruncher's got some shoes that have never been worn, to be fair. She's tried them and they've hurt her feet, so she's never worn them. It's like, no, I'm not wearing those. Don't take them back, she just leaves them. So she's just having a bit of a clear out, a bit of a spring clean. Are we all done? Are we all done? Let's do it. Oh, I was like, well, look at that. That's not far off, actually. I'm impressed with that. 47. Hang on, we got some close ones here. We got Rob Crossman on 48. It's literally 0.3 difference. It's got to be Rob. It's not even 0.3. It's 0.26, is it? I say my maths is shocking. It's got to be Rob Cross, isn't it? Anybody else closer to that? You got it, Rob. Birthday boy's got it on the nose. Most women only wear shoes once. Wide brush and long stick. There you go, Rob Cross, main man. Birthday boys won it. So last one then. 6.4. Weird, very weird size. 6.4. I must put the 6.8s on my list actually when I think of it. Now what do I do with my list? I had a bit of paper here, didn't I, that I just written down what I needed. And it's on the floor. With my crusty pencil. Even though Mr. Racing Demon did send me some new pencils, I've still got this crusty old one, look. 6.8 UF Axia. I'm not sure if I can still get the 6.8s. I'm not sure, but I've had lots of problems with the suppliers at the moment. I've got problems with RS, I've got problems with CPC, but no fault of their own. It's just how it is at the moment for some reason. Even more problems with those animals at Sharman's. Would not deal with them again. Sharman's Wholesale is their don't go to Sharman's Wholesale. Big letdown. If you don't use your account, they shut it and they refuse to open it up again. They like you to use your account or they'll shut you down. You think this one's going to be broken, Ben, do you? Danish is saying throwing used shoes on the overhead utility lines is popular sport in the US. We could fill up the utility lines here, Danish. I didn't know you were in the US. I thought you were being, it says Danish native. I thought you were in Denmark, but I know. Are we all done? Are we all done on the 6.8? Sorry, 6.4 microfarad at 25 volts. Utah, right. Yeah, I don't understand it, Harvey, to be honest. I couldn't get any sense out of them on the phone. They wouldn't have none of it. So I sort of took it higher. I escalated it to their management. They just rung me, like messaged me back and said, you know, really sorry, but you haven't placed an order and we're not going to open your account again. We've closed it. We're not going to reopen it. But, you know, if you ring us up, we'll give you a discount. I'm like, I'm not into that. I want to be able to just order it. And anyway, I rung up Thunderpole. I had a nice chat with Thunderpole and opened up a trade account with them. So I've got a trade account with Thunderpole now. So basically up yours, Sharman's. You know. Andy's saying he was an aircraft engineer in his day job. Yes. Yeah, clever chap, David. He obviously got an engineering background for sure. Some of the stuff he does. And hey, am I back? Back in the house? Yeah. Broadband just dropped right out. Again, I'm going to have to get back hold of them again because it keeps doing that. Last time we reckon it was rats chewed through the wire. Well, that's what the BT guy reckoned, that rats had chewed through the wire. So I'm really not sure what's going on there. Apologies, people, but we are back. Did you see the outcome of this? I'll do it again just in case you didn't. So 1 microfarad, but 25 ohms ESR. That is an absolutely knackered capacitor. That is absolutely had it. Yeah, it wasn't you, Gavin, it was me. I had the broadband just dropped right out. I had the yellow, sorry, the orange flashing light on the router. We just lost broadband totally. Stream Elements is having a joke. He's okay, Mr. Stream Elements. That is a knackered capacitor, isn't it? That's almost short circuit, that, isn't it? So let's see what it reads on the multimeter. See what that reads on the multimeter. Just short it out first, make sure there's nothing left in it. No, it's just charging it up, so it's not shorted. Let's turn it around the other way. Discharge it. Yeah, it's not reading as a short, but I mean, this meter's got capacitance on it. It doesn't like reading capacitors really. So it's reading 1.2 microfarads on there as well. So yeah, that is absolutely knackered, that one. Interesting. I mean, that amplifier did work. That did work. Thank you, Danish. Thank you very much, mate. It's supposed to be 6.4, Benji. So let's have a quick look at it in the circuit a minute. Let's see where she was. So let you guys that know a lot more about it than me tell me what that cap actually does or what part of the circuit it's in. Come on, this is taking ages because I've zoomed in, isn't it? Okay, let's go back. VHF tuner, IF amplifier, here we go. Here's our amplifier circuit. So there we go, it's C5, it's on the base of T2. So there's this one here that had gone faulty. So high resistance, that would have messed up the biasing, wouldn't it, on the base of T2. Would have also messed with, I'm not sure if that's bass or treble RV2. Because we did have problems with the bass, didn't we? There was problems with the bass on this one, I'm sure there was. Might be worth checking out C6 then as well, and R5. Just see if any of those, either of those are causing a problem. Just jump the chat back up again. Humphreys, take it as you, Ben. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it's saying that it's biasing this way, isn't it? Potentially. It must be tone because it is connected to this pot down here. So it's got to be something to do with the tone, and I'm pretty sure that we had problems with bass on this radio. So I think T2 is just an AF amplifier, isn't it? Let's just have a quick look, see if it says. Let's go back through to the shit. VHF tuner. Amplifier doesn't say. BC148. Okay, now that's lost me now. So if we look at the amplifier operation, yeah, this bit here. 6 transistors DC coupled with a high AC and DC feedback loop. It's Class B, single-ended push-pull output. Phase inversion is achieved by the complementary output pair. Overall feedback is applied to T2 via potential divider networks R9, 7, C8, R7, R8, and RV3. Okay, that's interesting. So R16 is a safety resistor to stop damage to the speaker caused by short circuit in the speaker leads. I didn't know that. There you go. You learn something every day, don't you? So T2 is a potential divider network. C8. Now, was that? So what was capacitor? What's that? I'm sure that's just tone. I'm pretty sure that's tone, like Harvey's. And get back onto it again. There we go. No, it's C5. C8 is this one here. That provides the feedback. Yeah, that's just tone, isn't it? It's got to be. So that one's gone really high. That might have strained R5 or C6. So we just double check those a minute. Secret Engineer, how are you? Right. Just double check which ones I've got to test. We'll just double check these other two that are in that same circuit in case that's done anything to them. Unlikely, but. So we want R5 and C6. R5 is here. Should be 1K. Can we measure it in circuit? I hope so, because these are horrible to take out. So it is that one there, I believe. Okay. What's going on here? Is my meter packed up? Turn that off and back on again. Okay, that's strange. Why was that packing up then? I fitted a new plug on this meter. Let's just null that out then a second. It's only 0.19 of an ohm, but we'll null it anyway. Let's test that again then. I believe it's there. And 1.09K, so there's nothing wrong with that. I think I've got a dodgy lead here, you know, still, on this negative. No issues with that. And what was the capacitor? C6. Which is that one there, I believe. And this one should be, we'll test it with this one in a minute. It should be 0.22 microfarads. No, I think that's playing out. Let's try the LCR meter. I don't like using that meter for measurements on capacitance. It's alright on microfarads, but anything lower than that, it's not very healthy. Let's try this meter then. What's going on here? That's sort of saying it's open, well, it's obviously can't be open. Can it be open? So that's saying 218 NF. I don't know if you can see that or not. $218 NF. So if I get my little Rally Reckoner out, $218, so yeah, it's 0.218, so pretty close. Should be 0.22, so no need to mess with that one. So yeah, they're all right then. Okay, worth a check. Right, now we've got to do some jiggery pokery here. So I'm going to set up to do the... Actually, no, let's connect it back up first. Let's connect it back up first, and then we'll worry about doing the quiescent current and midpoint voltage afterwards. Because the other one of these that I've done, I've replaced pretty much everything on it because it's all way out of spec. Way out. So what I just want to make sure is a quick sense check to make sure everything is still working. And that we haven't killed anything by doing the capacitors, which can happen. So let's get us some 18 volts up here. 18. I was testing out a CB that I'm going to put up the boot cell. So it was on 13.8 volts. Right, let's just connect up. Ground. Negative, positive. Okay, take the interstation muting out.
I couldn't get them in the shops anymore, so I bought like a box of 24 off the internet. How much did that cost you? I bet that wasn't cheap.
Oh, we've certainly got some bass now.
In the shops, let me tell you, like they had put a markup on it because they knew people.
We've certainly got a bit of bass now.
For the eggs. So yeah, and I'm down to my last bag, and that marketing works on me because I know they're not available all year round. But they are. What do they do for the rest of the year? Because they don't make mini eggs. They should make other mini shapes. Put the feel. Other mini shapes. They could like, you know,
wow.
mini versions.
That's my phone, by the way, just interfering with it. We have got some great tone controls now, far, far better than it was.
Getting in touch to say that they love that song so much, aren't they? They are, yeah. In fact, Ian in Welsham is saying that he's going to save it so that...
Put the interstation muting on and the AFC. No, it's too much for it.
Yeah, I love her so much. I've talked about this a lot on the radio, but at Reading Festival last year, she was one of...
So let me just adjust that again.
Then you go in not expecting anything.
That should be explained, actually, probably, shouldn't it? We go for...
Hands. It could actually be a part of a modern stand-up comedy routine. You know, my hands aren't dirty. Well, anyway, they've been dirtier other times, and you've said nothing. I can't always be washing them, can I? Some sorts of hands get dirty quicker than others, and if you keep on washing it, only makes them worse. It's a wonderful imaginative logic that he has there.
You can hear how precise and elegant the comic craft is in this clip, as William attempts to convince a lost American tourist that it's a craft that was meticulously worked at. You might think that with her insane activity, nothing stayed.
I take prescriptions.
Sounds amazing, people. It sounds amazing. Well, it's amazing radio, isn't it, really? Really, really good. Okay. It's working. That's great. Let's pop that power back off again then. So we've got a setup now to do the quiescent current and midpoint voltage. So I'm just going to make this a little bit easier by putting a jumper wire in. Well, not jumper wire, but I'm just going to put a wire in that I can hook up to my multimeter a bit easier. Let's get down here a little bit. So this is the amplifier test that it mentioned earlier, if I can find it. Static current adjustment. So this is what we're going to do. And really, when you've overhauled an amplifier, you need to do this. Right, where are we? Yeah, okay, so we're doing this static current adjustment now. So disconnect the amplifier from its supply. Disconnect the amplifier from its 18-volt supply. Short circuit the input. Connect. Oh, okay, yeah, connect. But I was going to say, you can't do anything if you disconnect it from the supply. You basically got to short the input to the ground. Just joining two pins together. So that makes the amp totally quiet. Sure, I've got some wires here. I've got loads of little jumper wires that I've been using recently, so I've got plenty to choose from. So we've got to short the input to the amplifier by linking between pin 4 and 5 of SK1. Cut the test link, insert your milliamp meter, connect supply, adjust RV4 for 3 milliamps. 0 to 10 volt meter between the midpoint voltage test point and earth, and adjust RV3 to give midpoint voltage of 8.9 volts. So that's basically what we're going to be doing here. So let's get you back to where we are. Let's get you in a bit closer on this. So this is the socket here, and we've got to join pins 4 and 5. So basically it's joining those two pins there together. So we're going to do that underneath just with this capacitor leg for now. Make sure I don't short nothing else out. Let's grab my forceps. A little bit of flux. I'm just going to join them together. Where are you? There you are. Just going to join those together. I'll go that way. I'm cack-handed here, aren't I? Why am I doing this all cack-handed? Graham, why are you doing this cack-handed? I don't know. Come here. Oh, that's better. We're talking. Okay, that's that one joined together, and that's actually going to make a handy ground point. Make sure it doesn't touch the other part of the circuit, and we need the junction of R14 and R15, which is tough to find actually. Well, it's not tough to find, it's easy enough to find because it's that big line of what looks like a big single resistor all the way along the back there, but the junction is in between those two. So it's that point there. That point there. So I'm just going to give myself a bit of extra help by putting a little jumper wire out there. It's easier than trying to hold a meter on it while you're making the adjustments. There we are. That's for our midpoint voltage. So we've got to cut the test link, which is just down here, that's marked test. So we're going to cut that in the middle, hopefully. Just bend that up. And that's where we're going to insert our milliamp meter in there. So there we are, that's the board prepped. So we've got a ground connection, we've got our midpoint voltage connection. And we've got our meter connection here for the quiescent current. So let's get all that set up then. Let me zoom back out again. Thought I'd show you that because a lot of people ask about that. It's fairly straightforward to do, but if you haven't done it before, it's fairly daunting. I remember the first time I'd done it, it was like, oh, do I need to be touching this, really? But okay, let's connect this back up again then. So we've shorted out the input, so there's no signal going to be coming from the rest of the radio. So I'm going to need two multimeters. I need two multimeters. I'm just going to tin the end of that wire a minute, so it doesn't fray. Right, we're going to get the old Maplin meter out. This is a nice little meter. This, I've used this a lot. It's quite the only thing I don't like about it is not auto ranging. Auto ranging meter is better for what we do, really. I mean, I suppose this makes you think a bit more and understand a meter a bit more, but yeah, not auto ranging this, so you have got to manually set it where you want it. So this is going to be used for the voltage, so I want to be on the 20 volt scale DC, and I need to connect up to the ground point and the midpoint. So that's the ground, so I'm going to hit the ground on the meter I've just created, and the midpoint. So that's the midpoint voltage all set. It would be if I clipped that onto the end of the lead. Midpoint voltage is pretty easy. Next is the quiescent current. So we're going to get the key sight meter out for the quiescent current. And one disadvantage slightly of this meter is you've got to make sure that you move your connector over into the milliamp position. And these are quite difficult to hook on, so I'm going to use a couple clip leads again. And I always get this the wrong way around. I never know which one's going to be positive and which is negative. So I'm just going to clip those on there. There we go. Right, we are set. So RV3, RV4. RV4 is the first one to give a current reading of 3 milliamps. So we're looking for 3 milliamps on this meter, and we're looking for 8.9 volts on this meter. So let's turn them both on. Let's alter the camera a bit so you can sort of see roughly what's going on and what I'm altering, as well as the meter readings. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. So the first one that we're going to adjust is RV3, which is this one at the back. You can just about see it. So let's turn it on and see where we are. We are nowhere. Why is that? Have we got a dodgy lead? Is that not... That's better, okay. I don't know what's going on there. Why is that playing up then? That's not great, and this is wrong as well. So that should be 8.9 volts, that. And this should be 3 milliamps, but it's all over the shop. Let me just check the plugs in properly. Okay, well that's way out. Let's get a screwdriver. Is that going to turn that? That doesn't appear to be making a lot of difference, does it? So we might have some resistor issues here. Let's just try that again. So you notice our voltage here has jumped up now I've moved this. You can see as I go up, that goes up as well. I wonder if they got this the wrong way around. I wonder if this one here is... No, there is... I wonder if this one's... Okay. Yeah. Looks like this is backwards. So there's our 3 milliamps, and we've got 8.6 volts there. We need 8.9, don't we? Well, that's strange. So RV3 is the one for midpoint voltage. Get back, you monkey. I think that's good enough, don't you? 2.94, you've got to leave it a chance to warm up a bit. So we'll leave it to warm up. We'll leave it, give it a chance to warm up a minute. And while we're warming up, I'll get another of Fat Tony's beers down me. Right, yeah, definitely 8.9. RV3. Oh, okay. I got that the wrong way round. It is actually RV4 for quiescent current. RV4 for quiescent current and RV3 for midpoint voltage. So the instructions were right, I was wrong. Well, at least if you've got both meters connected up at the same time, you can easily see that happening. So it's quite a bit down there, wasn't it, on voltage? Really low on voltage. It's 4 point something volts, wasn't it? So that's it sounded great though. I just don't understand it. It sounded great. That's a door car. Yes, it's the sealant for the outside walls. So cheers, everybody. Right, so you can see it's the readings are slightly different now. It's warmed up a little bit. So let's just tweak that quiescent current a fraction more. Am I going to go the right way or the wrong way? 2.9899. I think that's good enough, don't you? I think that's good enough. Right, let's have a look, see where we are. I think that's good enough. Les, how you doing, mate? Didn't see you pop in. We just catch up with a chat because I was looking at the instructions and you get the daughters with grandchildren. $100 megabytes to say, oh, I wish Secret Engineer we had that. Well worth the expensive caps, yeah, definitely. So there we are. I mean, that's crept up a fraction. Let's just tweak that down a little tiny bit. It was way too low before, though. Is it going to go down? Is it hell? It's only just a fraction in between. That's good enough. I'm going to leave it at that. It'd be interesting to see what it sounds like now, wouldn't it? So decouple it from everything. Put it all back together. So it was low on voltage before, and the quiescent current was really low. I mean, it should make a notable difference, that. Although it did sound great already, didn't it? It did sound very good when I tested it. But certainly it would have been down, it would have been quite a bit down on power. So I'm just going to take the wires off, resolder the link. Yes, I will do. We've got to resolder the link. I'm going to put another piece of wire in there actually because it's easy enough to do with these. So I'm not going to fire the desoldering tool up again. Where is it? Where's our linkity link? Just there. If you can see this or not, I'm a bit high up now, aren't I? Compressor work done there, Danish. Time for either apricot, Hefeweizen, or polygamy porter. I'd go for the porter. Go for the porter, Danish. That's what I say. I love a drop of porter. I haven't had any porter for a while, actually. So I'm just desoldering these. These are in like little ferrules, these, so they are made to be sort of taken in and out. I should have taken these out when I had the desoldering tool on, but it takes ages to warm up, so it's just as easy to take it out. With the solder pump. I got rid of most of the solder, I'm just pulling them out manually now. Just have a look at that. Where's my eyes gone? Where's my goggles? Yeah, plenty of room. No expense spared for this. Let's just I'm going to need to just suck that one out a bit better. There we go. Right, let's get a half-decent capacitor leg and stick in there. As was intended by the Hacker chappies. And I want to bend it again about there. Come on, go in there. Thank you. No, you want to. There you go. You never know we've been in there. You would never know we've been in there. Let's pop a bit of flux on that because we've got a bit of sticky label still on the leg. I'm gonna be interested to see what this sounds like now it's been revamped. I've got to clean all this up anyway. I've got to clean both the boards. I'm not going to do that now. I'll do that off camera later on. But this is pretty much the electronic work done now. Got a bit of switch cleaning, bit of pulley lubrication. But then it really is right on to the cosmetics next. I don't think you want to see me doing those, do you, live? Right. After the revamp, so listen, see what it sounds like now. It is louder. Not only is it louder, it's also it doesn't distort. You know, you can go louder without distortion. So before, when I was getting to about half volume, it was pretty distorted, but now it's... That is bloody loud.
Sometimes you just gotta go with it. I can give you an excuse to like feel good about having the sleep because they say if you sleep after you've done the revision, it saves in your head better. So I've got hacks around all of this to get out of the revision, which is not what we need.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing. Do I want to let this radio go?
Opportunity for folk who want to volunteer for a whole bunch of different reasons, sometimes for a long time, sometimes just for the day, to get in supporting others.
Got Kate on the line. Kate, how can we help you? Why are you procrastinating today? What's going on?
Hi, Rob. I've basically got an aversion to doing washing properly, and in particular...
Don't we all, Kate? Before we get into the SOC reunion that you're heading towards, we should be clear that you actually originally got in contact claiming to be the originator of the procrastination station. There's been a copyright claim from yourself. It's only fair that we get this cleared up on air. So when did you first start with the procrastination station?
It was in our uni house.
Reaches over the base's accommodating shoulders towards that tons a month. We've just lived.
If I were to joke, would you tell your girl?
I mean, also you've got to bear in mind that it's all out of the case at the moment, so you're going to lose some fidelity. The speaker's pointing away from me. I mean, if I point it towards me, let's have a look at that. So we go at that. So if I point it towards the microphone,
If I were to joke, would you tell your girl?
shame we can't play a bit of music really, but
the community's agenda in 2022 shows that we are no longer as polarised as we were, even though we are still siloed. So we might be siloed now. We're not necessarily, you know, on a day-to-day basis encountering others, but we are not as polarised. We don't have the levels of distrust and suspicion that we did.
Why would we be siloed but less polarised?
What's coming up in our data is this sense of a common understanding of people's lives.
well, there you are. I don't think we can fault that, do you? That does sound amazing. Thank you, Jeff. It does sound like it's got a bit of a subwoofer on it. It's a cracking radio. But we need to get this off the bench now because we've got something rather special to show you now. We've got something rather special to show you. But we won't be switching this on that I'm going to be showing you. That's all I'll say for now. It's just going to be shown to you. There will be more to come though. Thank you, Rob. Thanks for the super chat, Rob. And happy birthday again. Still gutted I couldn't find my Gus honey bun. Gus honey bun badge. Let's just pop that back in its case for the time being. There she is in all her glory. That's a beauty, isn't it? You imagine when all this brass is polished up nice. This is cleaned. And you know that red Hacker badge will just sink into the padding. And the dial plate is probably the best one I've ever seen on one of these, because normally you've got problems where the gold paint tarnishes. There's a little tiny bit just there, but you know, it's not worth taking that dial plate off for, because if I take the dial plate off, I'll ruin all the gold leafing underneath. A lovely radio, very nice. So let's put that one on the floor. So that's I think Andy's going to be sending me his amplifier from his out to do. So that's what needs doing, Andy. Danish. Thanks again, mate. Cheers, everybody. Oh, now the light's flashing again on me live stream thing. I've got to quickly go and get this other radio. So, before I go and get it, I'm going to tell you the story. This is this radio has been donated to the channel by Jeff, aka GT Jeff, who's here. So Jeff has very kindly donated this radio with a view to us getting it out to David Tipton in Australia. So that's the plan. David's never done one of these radios before. I have told him that it's coming, so I've been in touch with David and said that this is coming his way, and he's quite excited about it. He's off on holiday very soon, though, so he's off for, I think, a few weeks. So I've got to get a video done of this and edited up and sent out to David, and then we'll sort of work it together as like a collaboration. So give me a minute. I'll just stick you on the bench, and I'll go and get her if it'll fit. Let me just make some room. Let's get my drink out of the way, I think, because that's gonna be in the way. Hey, how you doing, Phil? How you doing, mate? Good to see you. I'm just going to grab a radio a minute. It's going to Australia as a gift. And Mrs. Cruncher was very impressed that I got this radio on the bed in the spare room before she had a chance to put anything else back there. I seen a gap and I went for it. Okay, I'm dragging the plug, but it shouldn't be too bad. Right, here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? I can't get it on the bench. Right, let me zoom out. There she is. Apologies, I've got everything in the shot now, but whew. Yeah, good to see you, mate. We're sort of probably 3/4 of the way through now, but always welcome. Always welcome. And I'm sure some of you know the Coder, Phil. Great channel, so if you're not subscribed, go check Coder out. Been subscribed to Phil for quite some time now. He does a lot of micro soldering, I think we call it, won't we? Consoles, that sort of thing. Really good. It is a Volve radio, Harvey. It is a Hacker Mayflower 2. You all know that I'm a Hacker fan. I've got 2 of these myself. It's a big radio. It's a big radio, so it's going to be fun getting it down to Australia. But this is a gift for David Tipton, fellow YouTuber. And hopefully, I mean, it's in great condition. To be fair, it's probably better than my 2. It is better than my 2, I think it is. So it's FM only, for those that don't know. It's let's zoom you in on the front a bit more, so you can sort of tell the age of it, because it's got some home third and light on it, not BBC 1, BBC 2 and BBC 3, or Radio 1, 2 and 3. Home third and light. Well, light, was it light or home that was taken over by Radio 2? It was light, wasn't it? It was Radio 2. I'm really not sure the home and the third. Well, I know light, I think, was Radio 2, wasn't it? But it's in really good condition. I mean, there was a little time, in fact, I think Mrs. Cruncher's polished this. It's really, really good nick. Really good nick. I don't know, David's not going to have a lot to do to this one, is he? He's not going to have a lot to do to this one. Yeah, the Volves are going to have to come out. Home is Radio 4 and third is Radio 3. Thanks, Timothy. I ought to know that really, but the brain's not working at the moment. So let's turn it around the back. I'll pop the back cover off a minute so you can have a quick look inside. I don't want to give too much away, but I have been told by Jeff that it is working. But I've got to make a decision whether I fire it up here before I send it. I think I ought to really, just to make sure, because things that we can get over here for these old radios, David isn't going to be able to get in Australia. So if there's anything majorly wrong, we need to make sure that we send it with the radio, so David has a good old go at being able to sort it, because there is issues with it, but I'm not going to go into that right now. So let's just pop the aerial lead out. There we are. What a beauty. You know absolutely nothing about... I'm the same, Phil. I don't know a lot about them. Mayflower one, nicer looking set, yeah. But, you know, they're of their own time, aren't they, really, Rich? Because I like the curvy case of the Mayflower one. I think the electronics are very similar though, weren't they? Then everything went really square, didn't it? So Hacker just jumped on the bandwagon and made a square one. I don't think there's a lot of difference between them. But yeah, look at that speaker. That is mental, isn't it? Look at the size of that thing. It's a Goodman's. What is that? Have I got a ruler here somewhere? A ruler here somewhere. Let's have a look. So that speaker is 11 inches. That's an 11-incher. That was 11 inches by about probably 6, maybe 7. I can't quite get in there with the ruler, but it's gotta be. Yeah, it looks like an 11 by 6 speaker. That's a monster. All the valves are there. It looks pretty good, actually. It looks very, very good inside. There's a magic eye tube in there, or valve as well. It's in tubes, it's valves in our country, isn't it? So we've got a voltage selector on top of the transformer. There's a smoothing cam stuck in the back there. I don't know if you can just about see the smoothing cap in the back. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Doug, really. So, incidentally, it's got, let's get another camera. What camera am I on? Let's just get this one in there a minute. Because interestingly enough, and I don't know if mine's got this label, let's get a bit of... can we get a light in there? Can we get a light by? Have we got a light by? Let's get this light down here. And no, we want that one. So can you see in there? There's a label. So that's our valve lineup, really. Just trying to see if I can get in a bit closer. Just bear with me. I'll just move the camera about. So I don't know if you can see that or not. So it's got the first. Well, it's got HF is an ECC85. HF. These sound absolutely amazing, these sets. So I'm sure David's going to have a great deal of fun with this one. So HF is ECC85. First IF is an EF89. Second IF, EF80. Third IF, so it's got 3 IF stages in it, another EF80. It's got a diode which is an EB91. Amplifier, so that's a preamp, is an ECL86. Oh, no, it's actually got two ECL86s in it. That's okay. So it's got a sensitivity control here. You can't see that because I'm on the wrong camera now. Let's get that one out of the way again. So going along the back, it's got sensitivity control. I've never messed with that really on mine. It's wound all the way up, AFC, gram input, radio output, tone control, an extension loudspeaker, tone control. Interesting. So yeah, I don't want to handle the volts really because I don't want to knock any of the writing off of them, but there's none of them look milky as such. Let's zoom you in a little bit closer, have a look. So that's the two output valves there, ECL86s. EB91, that's the diode. Going back one, this is the third, second and first IFs over this way. Third, second and first IFs. Can't see the markings on those because they're around the other way. IF cans. And in the back there lurking, we've got the I always call that the sort of FM valve in a normal radio, but in this one obviously it is FM only. So that must be the ECC85 stuck in the back there. And in beside that looks like we've got another capacitor in a can. Let's say that massive great Goodman's loudspeaker. That's a monster, that is. That's a monster. RV, how you doing, mate? Prices are through the roof for everything at the moment, Phil, aren't they? It's crazy. All the components of that have gone up massively in price. If you can get them. If you can get them, that is, isn't it? I'll zoom out a little bit. What else have we got in here? So we've got audio output transformer there. And that's our volume pot in the background, so you can just about see the magic eye lurking in behind there. Where's me pokery thinger? So you got magic eye just down in there, that. Hopefully that one's okay because I certainly haven't got one of those. But I noticed they're all held in by, well, not all of them, these two and the magic eye tube are all held in by these metal clips. I think I'm still going to need to take them out for transport, to be fair, because it is going a long way. I'm going to have to sort of try and make up some sort of custom packaging for this to make sure it gets there safely. I'm going to have to get some polystyrene in, I think, to pack it all up properly. I mean, that speaker is a hell of a weight to be banging about, isn't it? Yeah, that's a view from the other camera. Yeah, you're right, Phil. It's it is very difficult getting, like, everywhere's out of stock. I mean, capacitors. I mean, we use normal electrolytic radio capacitors, and they're so difficult to get them in stock. You know, I'm having to use brands that I don't normally use just to get ones that fit, really. could get yourself one of those expanding bag thingies and have it fill the gaps. Yeah, I have looked at that, Phil. I have looked at that. Basically, it's like polyurethane foam, and you just it reacts. It's like that expanding foam stuff, and it'll fill the gaps. The problem is, I think, because it's quite fragile, if it expands out, it's going to break things, I think. See, my other thought was David would hate this, but to just tip it on its front and fill it with those polystyrene peanuts. What do you think about that for an idea? That'd be cruel, wouldn't it? As Jeff's saying, it's got a selenium rectifier. Yes, I think it has. I can't remember if I did this selenium in mine. I have done 2 of these, as I say, but I can't remember what I've done. That's so long ago. I think one is up in the loft and one is in the spare room. But yeah, I'm tempted to fill it with polystyrene beads, but the problem is it'll get in the speaker and it'd be an absolute nightmare, wouldn't it? So I think as a minimum, I'm going to have to pull all of the valves and individually wrap them in some bubble wrap and put them back in here to start filling out the area. I've got some polystyrene, but I think I'm going to buy some polystyrene corners to put on it. So just to make it a bit more stable, and then I'll get polystyrene slabs for the front. And it's a bit big to double box really, but I'm going to have to see if I can double box it perhaps. But it's in great condition. It really is in brilliant condition. I've not seen one as good as this, to be fair. I've seen a few. I've seen quite a few, and most of them have been pretty rough. I've got one that's a bit rough and one that's pretty good, but this is better. So I'm sure David will appreciate this down in Australia, and it's going to be great to watch him get to grips with it. So this stage I'm not going to do anything more. I am going to make a video on this, and that'll be linked to David's channel, and you'll be able to link back to that video. So we'll release the videos out fairly similarly. Hi Yaz, how are you? If someone did that to you, you'd have to punch them in the throat. Yeah, I'll have to send you something. Can't be the good throat punch. Yeah. So the back panel as well is this radio is almost mint. I mean, it's got hardly any dust in it. I mean, normally these are absolutely caked full of dust. It's got dust in there, but that's authentic dust, and I'm not going to touch that because it would devalue the radio. So yeah, I think David's going to have a lot of fun with that. There's not really a lot to do. I mean, the finish on it is pretty good. He could probably find a couple little bits to do and put some of his magic wax on it, but that's all I'm going to show for now. You'll have to watch out for a video coming soon. It won't be shot next week because I'm off. Well, this week I keep forgetting it's Monday. Oh, I'm getting confused with the days even. Yes, I'm off for the week next week, so I won't be shooting a video until the week after next, and then I will be boxing this up and sending it off. And you know, hats off to Jeff. He's actually given me cash for the postage on this, and you can imagine what the postage of this size and weight radio is going to cost to Australia. It's an absolute fortune. So, you know, Jeff, that's an amazing donation, mate. Very, very kind of you, very generous, and it's going to be really good seeing this on David's bench and him working his magic on it. As I say, I don't do a lot of valve radio stuff. I do mainly transistor stuff, and David's the other way around. He does mainly valve stuff and not a lot of transistor stuff. So there you are. Brilliant. So that's the Hacker RV20 Mayflower 2. The final choice, it says. Stick it back. Stick the working end back in. Write my name on it. Tell the missus to open it up. It'd have to go pop or something, Phil. I think. You're off on a mini break in 2.5 weeks. Can't wait. Yeah. Doug's saying, what's Doug saying? Lots of bubble wrap, double boxed. You have to completely immobilize the radio from shifting in transit. Yeah. It's I can do that. I mean, I was really worried about this, but this is actually, I thought this was glass, but this is actually perspex, so I'm a little bit happier with that. There's weighty items in there. The speaker's quite weighty, and that's hanging on the backboard of this. And also the transformer, the mains transformer's pretty weighty, so either of those things could rip it right off, couldn't they? If they drop it from a high point. What's Harvey saying? You just chucked a load of those peanut packings away. Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? Doing when you get a package, you get something like I don't know, some sort of small thing the size of a ball, and it's packed in about 2 foot of this polystyrene peanuts. It's a nightmare. They get everywhere. Yeah, Harvey's right that the food's gone through the roof. I sound a bit like Ricky Gervais. Do I? Ricky Gervais. He ain't from down these here parts, boy. He ain't from Devon. I don't know where Ricky Gervais is from, actually. Ricky Gervais. No one's ever told me that. No, you don't need to worry. You don't need to worry, Rob. I mean, I actually weighed my Mayflower 2 and let Jeff know roughly what the postage is likely to cost, and he's given me that, so thank you very much. So Danish is saying Iceland's a long way to go for shopping. RV, flipping heck. Do you fly over? Pull all the valves, place in a well-padded separate box, double box. Even the packing materials will be costly to do it right. Yes. Yeah, I sort of allowed 30 quid for materials to pack it with, Danish. Yeah, I sort of allowed 30 quid to pack it. I have got some polystyrene up in the loft, so I'm going to see what I got first, because what I've got is for like tellies and that sort of stuff, which is heavy, so that might suit this a bit better, but I'm definitely going to need a couple strong boxes. So what else have I got that's come in this week? I've had some more repairs in. I've got another Pro 80 come in. This Sony is proven to be a pain in the backside. Where's my main camera? Let's zoom out a little bit and stick the main camera back on. So I'm working on this thing at the moment. This is my daytime fixer-upper at the moment. This, believe it or not, I'm going to put it over the top of my drink because God knows what's going to fall in. This is a Sony ICF-2001 and this is turning into a bit of a nightmare. You can see how much you've got to take apart just to get at anything in it. I mean, all this has had to be desoldered and pulled off. This old ribbon cable is delaminated. It's very, very strange. I don't know if you can see that very well on the camera. Let me just zoom in a little bit. And yeah, so you see this old, this is like early days ribbon cable, but it's coming apart. Look, if I grab hold of that, it's, you know, it's all pulling apart, and these wires are actually got no insulation on them at all now. None of them. Look, see that? It's just like, so the ribbon cables are falling apart on them. And if you look at this one here, this one's actually come apart. Can you see that? That's actually come apart. So I've had to buy in some ribbon cable to fix this. So I bought this in because it's a very similar pitch. This is like computer hookup ribbon cable. So I'm going to have to rebuild 2 ribbon cables. These aren't too bad at the top here. These plug into the front of the radio, into the microprocessor and the display. But yeah, this radio is not very well. It's working on FM, but no AM whatsoever, and it's all over the place. There's all these little daughter boards on it and old caps. I've really had to pull it apart to get this far into it. Down here we've got a DC to DC converter which puts out different voltages. It puts out, I think it's 4.8 volts, 4 volts and 18 volts comes out of this thing. Something is pulling the 18 volt line down to 15 volts, so something's pulling the 18 volt line down. So at the moment I've pulled a transistor from down here, just underneath where my finger is. You can see that I've just pulled a transistor from there, and it's brought the voltage back up. But I'm still working my way through the radio trying to find out what the hell it is. It's more than likely it's capacitors, although these are Rubicons, mainly Rubicons and Elnas. So these are Elna, these down here are Rubicon. So it's good quality kit in it, but yeah, what a rat's nest. What a rat's nest to work on. Not a nice radio to work on. So I would avoid these. And on the back we've got all the customary shielding that has all got to come off to get to the areas, and it's an absolute nightmare. But there you go. You know, I like a challenge, and that is a challenge, I can tell you. That is a challenge. I'm not looking... Well, I've been working on it for nearly a week now. I'm just sort of trying to work through it and trying to find where everything is. I've got a fairly decent service manual for it, which is good. Fairly decent service manual. There's no point in throwing it away, Harvey, now. It's too late. You could have posted it to me. No worries, mate. I've got loads of packing up in the loft, so hopefully. Suddenly Valve sets look more attractive. Yes, certainly does, doesn't it? I mean, some of the stuff I've been working on recently is getting harder and harder to work on it. I mean, I seem to be like the main service agent for old Sony radios at the moment. I've just done an SW77. I've got the 2001 in. I've got a Pro 80 come in. I've got another Pro 80 come in, and what's arrived this week for repair? I've got one other radio in for repair at the moment. You don't have the room for packing materials. I don't either, Harvey, to be honest. I mean, it's a lot of it's gone up in the loft. But I was surprised that these ribbon cables just falling apart, really. Yeah, that's a lot of extra work that I wasn't wasn't allowing for, so shall we say. can't get to your washing machine. You need a spade as well. You've got lots of women's shoes there, Harvey, in the way. We've got lots of women's shoes in the way here. So I've got one other radio that's arrived in for repair. Let me just go and get you that one. I'm going to leave this one on the bench purely for the fact that I haven't really got anywhere to put it. So just move it back a little bit. I'll just go and get the other radio. Smelling good down there. Mrs. Cruncher's cooking up a storm. Now this is a nice looking radio. I've not seen one of these before. This is a totally new one to me. And it's a very nice looking radio actually. So let me pop the main camera on it a minute. So it is a Ferguson. It's blowing my camera out now. Caravel. Anyone ever heard of that before? Ferguson Caravel? It's a very unusual looking radio actually. It's sort of like double-sided, so you turn it round and it's the same that way. It's like the backwards radio, that. Very unusual. But it's got if I zoom in on the front panel a little bit, so I think what it is, it's geared up to be used in the car, because can you see it's got car, but the car is upside down? So it's supposed to be this way round for normal use, I think, and if you get in the car, you sort of pop it around that way and stick it that way up, so to speak. That's the only thing I can think. And this, it doesn't like this, that camera, so let's pop it back on that one a minute. So yeah, it's very unusual. But it's got shortwave on it as well, so it's got long wave, medium wave, shortwave, and VHF, and car. But I'm not sure what the car, I mean, if you look here where it says car, this letter in here is the right way up. All of this is upside down. If you turn it around that way, it's like the backwards radio. Very, very unusual. It's come in for an overhaul, really, a service and a recap. It's got, it's had a bit of a ding underneath. Whether that's been done in transit or not, I don't know. But it looks like the aerial's had a bit of a ding underneath there. Sort of bit of breakout around the aerial. So I'm probably going to have to glue that back. And looks like it takes a PP9, I would assume. But yeah, anyone ever seen a Ferguson Caravel before? Interesting radio, especially when it's got shortwave on it as well. You've all gone quiet now. When used in the car and the aerial, it up 4th gear is out of commission. I think because it's only showing long wave really for the car setting. I mean, there's a car button on the top there, so what that normally does is switches the ferrite out, doesn't it, and allows it to operate on the car aerial. But is there a car aerial socket on it? Ah, yes. Car aerial socket's underneath that. That's the car aerial socket, so I assume that that would sit in the dash. Sit in the dash of the car that way up. And obviously then the aerial would sit in the back of it. I don't know whether it had a car. Some of these radios have got car kits with them as well, haven't they? I like that. I've never seen one before. I have got a couple Ferguson similar looking radios, but never had a caravel. Johnny Comic, how you doing, mate? It's nice, isn't it? No, it's not push button presets. We've got tone, FM, shortwave, medium wave, long wave, or car. I don't know what this is. Oh, that's the aerial. That's what that is. That's the aerial. I thought it was another button. It looks exactly like one of the buttons, look. Clever. That's the FM aerial. How are we doing for time? 17:53. Shall we stick some power on this thing a minute and have a look, see what it's doing? I think we ought to, really, being that we've looked at it now. And we're not going to show you David's radio. So let me pop it out. A little bit of rust on the battery tray. Yes, it's definitely got a PP9 connector on it. Let's see which way round I am here. So let me take the power supply off 18 volts before we blow up the radio. Let's stick it on to 9 volts. I think it does work. It's just in for an overhaul, I believe, but this one's waiting patiently behind the Sony at the moment. Let's see if we're in the off position. I'll blow her head off. Scratchy. Oh, you've seen it before, Gerald, have you? Let's pop FM down, we'll pull the aerial up. Strange, I've got no... Ah. We have no... We have nothing. I bet it's full of blimmin' AF117s, isn't it? Let's let's see what I can find out about it in a minute. Let's have a look and see what Mr. Google says about it. You wanted one but couldn't afford it. Probably quite expensive back in the day. So I wonder if Radio Museum have it. I would be very surprised if they don't. Radio Museum. Let me just log in. Right. So has this got a model number? Yes, it has. 3156. Ferguson Caravel 3156. There we go. Let's have a look. Radio Museum. Come on down. Ferguson Caravel 1967. Oh, no AF117s. So trader service sheet. So we've got some schematics. Let's have a look. Yeah. Interesting. So we're not working. I wonder why. I can't hear any sort of RF hiss from it. So have we got a dodgy, or it can't be dodgy oscillator because it's not working on any band. VHF. Right, where's the rest of them? Here we go. Let's go schematic 2. Let's go on small now. So it could well be a transistor down, it could be a capacitor go, it could be any blooming thing really, couldn't it? It is 9 volts, it says minus 9 volt there. Should have checked that I suppose, shouldn't I? Description, let's have a look at the description then. Let's get rid of that lot. And there we have a picture of the guts of an. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a lot, you know. It could be a problem in the amplifier being we've got nothing on any band. So we've got a nice big cap there, it could be C84. Yeah, I bet it's capacitors in the amplifier stage. Let's have a look. Let's get out of that. Where's the amplifier? There we go. Yeah, we need to really see whether we've got anything at the volume control, don't we? Am I going to take this apart now? Is it easy to get apart? Mike Atlantis, how you doing, Mike? I don't think it is Danish. I don't think so. Milinchip, that was your mum's kitchen radio, really? Open it up, we've got all night. Yes, fine, okay. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick nosy inside. I must also just grab the email that the chap, I think it was Paul. It looks like just those two screws there hold it in. Bit of corrosion there from possibly battery. Does that just pull apart there? Doesn't look like it. Oh, yes, it does. Yeah, we got broken plastic here with the. It's had a bang. I can fix that. No problem. It's no problem. Oh yes, we've got these lovely, it's definitely capacitors in this one, without a doubt. Can you see? Can you see why? You won't be able to see on that camera. Let me just get the main camera zoomed in a minute. Where are we? Where are you? There, okay. So yes, we've got these, I can't remember what they call them now. It's, is it Calens? So can you see these plastic caps? These are capacitors. They are notoriously bad. And can you see these black ones? It's full of them. There's another one over here, look. That's that C38. They're all going to be bad, those, without a doubt. So that is going to be the issue in this one, for sure. They are going to be absolutely shot. Nine volt battery used to last 6 months. No worries, Mike. Mike's just got himself a Dynatron Gypsy. Yeah, it's definitely not got AF117s. Early Japan made. The resistors are a clue. These are same as what's fitted in the Hacker and that, really. Oh, hello, something else dropping off. Another bit of plastic. I must keep the little bits of plastic because I need to stick them back together. Not too bad to work on by the looks of it. If we can get this board out, then it should be pretty straightforward. Let's, while we've got it out then, let's have a poke. Let's have a poke, see if we can find any signals anywhere in it. Let's hook it back up again. Grab the signal tracer. I mustn't be too late finishing today because Mrs. Cruncher wants to get the car boot cell stuff sorted out. And I can smell my tea cooking. So let's fire it back up again. Let's get the signal tracer in. Let's see if we can find anything in this lot. See if we can find a signal. So let's go with FM. Let me get, where's FM? VHF. 100, let's get over here where classic FM should be. So we should be getting classic FM somewhere around there. Let's find somewhere to hook this onto that's ground. What's ground? What is ground? Is that ground, I wonder? Yeah, that'll be ground, I would have thought. No, I can't get at the volume control. I can get, not the outputs, is it? Nothing there. So you can hear a little bit of RF. There. So I've got a signal there, look. That's on the input to the output transformer. So we've got drive from the radio. So, oh, hang on. Oh, it's mine. It started working. How bizarre. Just by poking around, it started to work. I think probably what's happened is the capacitors are starting to reform a little bit. I mean, that's on maximum volume, mind you. I wonder if we've got shorts on these. No, it's going to be capacitors. That's it. It's capacitors. So I was getting a signal here on the output transformer. I'll take it that's the input stage. This is the output, so I was getting a signal there, and it's just come back to life. But I suspect this big cap up here is the culprit. Don't be late for Imelda Marco's Sunday lunch. Who's Imelda Marco?
I love that he still does.
Yeah, so he's a bit poorly, but it's capacitors. It is capacitors, unfortunately. I know it's a bit of a cliche, and people saying you don't need to do the capacitors. You don't need to do them. You don't need to touch them. Well, you do need to do the capacitors because they get knackered. Let me just see if I can find the email from the chap that sent it then. And then we need to call it a day. It's good to be able to show David's radio off anyway, so hopefully I'll get a video done of that in the next couple of weeks and get it packed up and off to the land down under. I was going to get lots of fancy dress and that for the video, but I thought that might be taking the mix, so we won't do that, do we? Right, let me find me mail. Let me find me mail. Let me find me mail. Oh, that's gone massive. So I think this gentleman, I did one of his radios previously, and he was really pleased. He sent me this one as well to do. I think that was the Bush VTR 178, I believe. Let me see if I can find this a minute then. So this is next in line. This is Gary. Yes, it's Gary. Ferguson caravel. So this is a sentimental project, apparently, this one. I'll have to let him know that that we've looked at it today. He might be watching, actually, Gary. So say hello if you are watching, Gary. So he sent this on the 13th of April, I got this. So he said, so he's bought it on eBay. And should we have a look at the eBay listing? Yeah, we'll do that, shall we? We'll have a look at the eBay, because apparently, allegedly, it was supposed to be working. Screen caps cube. You should be with me on my screen now. Yes, you are. So this is the original advert for the radio. Look, very reasonable. I think I would have had that if I'd seen that for that price. I'd have probably had that. But I've got to stop buying radios. I've bought 2 recently that you'll be seeing at some stage. So the seller is saying, can we zoom in on that a bit? Interesting. Seller refurbished. Interesting. 3-band vintage radio, rare, good condition. Very good condition, working with battery. Working with battery, well, blatantly not working with battery. Definitely, well, unless it works after you leave it on for like 15 minutes. What's going on here then? I pushed the wrong button, didn't I? I need to go back down with this one. Very nice radio though, and I think, yeah, it looks like it was already, it's already broken there by the looks of it. Can't quite see it, but it looks like a bit of a dip there around that. So it looks like it was already broken before it was sent. Yeah, nice looking radio, but says it's working. Well, it's sort of working. Sort of working. What else does Gary say about it then? Whilst the vendor said it was fully working, I didn't find that to be the case once I installed a battery. If you can get it going and restore it to as good as possible, be very grateful. Yeah, very interesting radio. So there you are, that's the story on it. So right, let's just catch up with the chat, and then I'm going to call it a day. Oh, Imelda. Imelda Marcos. She had 3,000 pairs of shoes. I daren't say that, Unstoppables. She'll hang me up from the yard arm. The Philippines president's wife had thousands of pairs of shoes. GT Jeff saying she had 1,000 pairs of shoes. Catch you later, Harvey. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, this radio needs recapping. There's no bones about it. That's what's got to be done on it. It's got to have a recap. There is one of these ferrites has been wound right out. One of these, well, in fact, that one has as well. So I'm never convinced when I see that. It looks to me like that's been messed about with, really. I'll just show you that a minute. I just noticed that. I didn't really pay much attention, but if you look at the can down there, I mean, sometimes you do have them wound right out, but this is what I'm referring to. See that? The ferrite is virtually out. The dust core is virtually out of the radio. It's just hanging in by a couple threads, if that. I mean, it's wobbling about. So it may have been screwdrivered, which would be great to try and bring back. And there's another one just there, look, that's just caught in. Yeah, so potentially the screwdriver expert's been in it. That's pretty much it then. We're at the end of the road, so to speak. I'll go out Mrs. Cruncher, get ready for the car boot, and then up early tomorrow, and fingers crossed that the weather holds up, and we'll have a good day down the car boot. And I'm sure to bring back more than we take, because I cannot resist having a look around at the car boot sale. In fact, one of the radios that I'm taking to the car boot sale to sell, I actually bought from the car boot sale, so it's going back to where it came from. Yeah, unstoppables, yeah, that's normally what happens. Cheers all. Thanks for joining me today. Thanks very much for the super chats. Happy birthday again to Rob and Theo. And I will catch you next Sunday, all being good. So take care, stay safe and all the rest of it. Still a lot of this COVID about, and speak to you soon. Bye for now.